Welcome, everyone, to the August 14th, 2024 Board of Zoning Adjustment hearing. Anna, please confirm that city staff and the court reporter are ready to begin and explain the rules and procedures for this meeting.
Yes, everyone is present, and I will explain the procedures of this hybrid meeting. So for those online, there are two categories of people participating in the meeting. We have attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are any board members and city staff that are participating virtually. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raise hand function in Zoom when the chair calls the case, and this will let city staff know that you wish to be promoted to a panelist position. If you're using Zoom on a computer or a smartphone through an app or a web browser, there's going to be a ribbon at the bottom of your screen. There's a little hand icon. You're going to click that to raise your hand. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and it will appear very temporarily that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. This is just Zoom moving you from a attendee to a panelist. If you are joining us via the app on the phone or on a computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name, plus the case you're interested. That would really help with the promotion process. If you are calling in on a standard phone line, we understand that you can't adjust your screen name, but you can still provide testimony by raising your hand using the star followed by the number 9 key. At the time of promotion, you will need to, of course, turn on your camera and microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it is time for you to speak. Your microphone does need to be muted at all other times when you're not actively giving testimony. For those in person, please approach the microphone stand in the corner of the room when it is time for public testimony. If you're in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. This avoids when multiple microphones are on. This minimizes audio disruptions and negative feedback. For all testimony, virtual or in person, the following applies. The BZA secretary or the representative is going to identify you when it's time for you to speak. You're going to be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Applicants will receive 15 minutes for their presentation, and members of the general public are going to be given 2 minutes if you represent a single interest, for example, like yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization like a neighborhood association, HOA, nonprofit, etc. So for everyone, board members, city staff members, and members of the public, please speak closely into your microphone. They do seem to be working today. As we can see, I'm very far away, and it seems to be, and I'm soft-spoken, it seems to be very strong. But if not, please, speak directly into the microphone. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement when you hear that alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, you will need to have your exhibits, for example, your PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, etc., ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen on Zoom. If those exhibits are admitted, you're going to email them to the assigned planner for record-keeping purposes. And this is also a reminder that the chat box on Zoom is only for questions about the agenda or logistical issues with Zoom. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And that concludes the very details for the hybrid meeting.
Thank you, Anna. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff members who are presenting or testifying today. If you're online, please turn on your camera and microphone. Is that everybody online? Mm-hmm. Please raise your right hand as I administer the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
On Ananaski, I do. Larissa?
Larissa Chambi, I do.
Matt? You're muted, Matt.
Matthew Barnes, I do.
Duddy?
James Duddy, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Andrew Clark, I do.
That's everyone.
Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances and or dismissals.
For today's hearing, 8:14, we don't have any continuances to address. But if you do wish to request a continuance, approach the microphone now.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do I need to get sworn in
Yes.
to request a continuance?
Yes. Raise your, yep, state your name.
Mel Gilbert,
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And which docket item are you here for?
I believe it's number 9, involving sign abandonment. Is it under KLS? It's under Held Real Estate.
Docket item 6.
What number was it?
6
Number 6.
at 6850 East Front Street.
Yes, that's the one.
Yep.
May I
proceed.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Mel Gilbert. I represent Mitch Hill of Held Real Estate. The core issue that we have this whole proceeding on is due process of law. But my client is in a quandary because of other due process.
Sir, are you asking for a continuance?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason why he's in a quandary is there have been other pending litigation items involving this land and this sign. His mother was.
Sir, before we get into the merits of the case, do you have a specific thing you would like to cover as to why you'd like the continuance? We don't want to
Yeah.
get into the details if we are planning to continue it.
No, it's the reason for the continuance is that the previous owners have both died. And it went in through the probate process, litigation matters. He has been declared in court to be the owner of the land underneath the sign. And he is working on the process to be able to get it properly permitted and properly leased. And that has been what the delay is. And we would be asking for a continuance to October 9th to come back for this proceeding. None of the delay has been caused by him. Anybody that has had any relatives that have died going through the probate process has made it complicated.
Board members, do you have any questions?
I can make a motion.
Sure.
On docket item 6, case number CDBZA 2024-00067, I move that we continue the item until our October 9th meeting.
I have a motion, a second. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
The last.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
See you in October. Is there anyone else here for, thank you, sir.
Thank
State
you,
your
Madam
name.
Chair. My name is Mark Bryant. I'm an attorney with Rouse, Fretz, White, Goss, Gentile, and Rhodes. We have the privilege of representing McDonald's Real Estate Company, the first case on your docket today.
Can I have you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Please continue.
We request that this case be continued. This matter is under litigation in the Circuit Court of Jackson County, Missouri. The board's decision in this matter has been reversed by the Circuit Court. And indeed, the city has now been ordered to show cause on August 22nd this month, why it should not be held in contempt. Because the staff report continues to make misstatements of law regarding the rights of McDonald's and the powers of this board. And it's for this reason that we ask that the case be continued. And that is the reason, Madam Chair.
Do you have a particular date in mind if we were to grant this continuance?
We'd ask that the case be taken off the docket indefinitely until such time as the Circuit Court rules. Now, the court is currently scheduled to hear the case on August 22nd.
Okay.
But there's some question about whether or not the city received a copy of the motion. And if it's not ready to proceed on the 22nd, we're not going to object. But we're going to be ready to proceed on the 22nd, and hopefully the city will as well.
Board members, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I think we need a closed session for legal advice before we decide on this request.
I have a motion to have a second? Anna?
So I'm moving to go into closed session pursuant to 610.021 parens 1 for legal advice.
Gorence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Extorf.
All right, we'll be right back. Well, thank you for your time. We've had an opportunity to discuss. I don't know, Maggie, if you want to.
Yeah, I think, are you okay with us continue it for a month so we can see where the court case is then? Okay.
Yes.
I move that we continue it to the September meeting, and I don't know what date that.
11.
is. September 11th?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll.
Yes. Lawrence,
Yes.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. We'll see you in September.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And someone else has raised their hand online.
Okay. Are they connected? I don't see anybody popping up yet.
They are both connected.
I'm sorry about that. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I apologize. I think I'm required to start every Zoom appearance with, is this on, is this working? So I'm sorry about that. We were requesting a continuance. I do have my clients on the phone. I think the staff has been extremely patient with us. We had scheduled something for this afternoon. I spoke to Ms. Soldari. She indicated there's a big docket this morning. There's 2 contested hearings, one of which may have gone away. So we're asking for continuance to September 11th. I will plead with Ms. Soldari, who's been wonderful, by the way, to see if we can get closer to the beginning of the docket. I'm not a professional real estate lawyer.
Mr. Bell,
Yeah.
can I have you
Yes.
state your name for the court reporter?
Sure. David Bell, B as in boy, ELL.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do. Thank you.
And what docket number are you referring to?
Thank you. 2023-168 and 2023-169.
9. 5-9.
9-1 and 9-2.
168 and 169.
Thank you. So you believe a 1-month continuance would get the information that you need at this time?
I do, and I tested positive for COVID this morning, so I'm at home. But that was not known yesterday when I talked to Ms. Silver. That's correct. The 1-month continuance would get there, and we do have additional the neighbors that are in support, and we will be submitting letters on those. So we'd ask for September 11th.
This has been going on for quite a long time. We would recommend a continuance off docket with fee.
I didn't. I think my thought. First of all, we have been working diligently with Ms. Soldari. I do appreciate the continuance off fee. There have been a few, at least one I recall, where it was continued not by us but by some digital that we were ready to go. I will say, in addition, I'm doing this at a greatly reduced rate. I've never appeared before this before. We have complied with everything, and I will represent to the panel that in the last week I've spoken with and gotten 3 neighbors next that are contiguous with our property in support of our plan. I would ask for September 11th, and I will represent to the board that I've just reserved the entire day of September 11th. So I'm not going to do anything but sit in City Hall until my client's case is heard, because I understand it needs to be done. I would respectfully request no fee, because no one's really making much of a fee here. But I understand, again, the city's been very patient with us, but we've posted, we've done everything, we've got neighbors. We would just ask for the indulgence of the court or a board here for one more continuance as the last continuance for September 11th.
Board members, do you have any questions?
I'd be okay with giving them 1 more month, and then next month, if they're not ready, go ahead, continue it off the docket with the fee. That's what everybody else is okay with. Okay, I move on docket items number 9.1 and 9.2, case number 168 and 169, that we grant the applicant's request for continuance until September 11th.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Okay, Gorence, Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Opposed?
It
We will
passes.
see you in September.
Thank you.
Are there any other continuances or applicants that have raised their hand, Anna?
No.
Okay. So as a reminder, we are probably going to hear cases until 3:30 p.m. today. We know the docket is broken into 2 parts. Hopefully that allows people to be heard today, and then Friday, if you're set for Friday. We may not get to all items today, but I think we are already moving through the docket, so hopefully that is not an issue. We will be strictly adhering to the time requirements. There is a timer set forth by city staff. So again, 15 minutes for an applicant, 5 minutes for a neighborhood group, and 2 minutes for an individual, just to try to keep this moving efficiently. Anna, do you want to call the next case?
The first case up is docket item number 2. This is case CD SUP 2024-12. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a drive-through facility for an eating and drinking establishment in District DC-15 on about 0.8 acres, generally located at Grand Boulevard and East 12th Street. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant team is in the room, and this item was continued to this date so the applicant team can prove the pedestrian and safety measures around the drive-through.
Good morning, Vice Chair Mixdorf. I will let you swear them in before I start.
Perfect. Can you all raise your right hand and then state your name for the court reporter?
David Waters.
Colin Dwyer.
Joel Frederick.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning again, Vice Chair Mixdorf, fellow board members. I'm Andrew Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. When we last heard this case, there are several slides. I do not know if you would like me to start from the beginning or I can start from where we left off.
I think we've all watched the case from last month. So I think if the applicant is okay with it, we can start with the new information.
Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll just start with the site plan. The site is at 1125 Grand, and in yellow is the proposed drive-through use that requires a special use permit because the site is adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard. The drive-through lane has lost its non-conforming status. It has not been used for more than 12 months. And I wanted more clarification for the board in the last meeting. There are a total of 4 lanes. 3 of the lanes have ITM machines, also an ATM. But lane 4 in red is what's in question today. And that is the lane that has not been in use for more than 12 months. Again, a quick history. In May 2017, there's evidence of the use being abandoned. Again, in May 2018, no activity. March 2019, no activity as there is a van in the other going the wrong direction. And again, 2023, 2024, evidence that the lane is not in use. In the last hearing, it was discussed that the board does have the authority to approve or reestablish a nonconformity if the structure is on the National Register of Historic Places. But the code clearly states that it must be the original use of the structure. The drive-through lanes were added in 1983. And so therefore, this part of the code would not be applicable. And I also have Mr. Brad Wolf from the Historic Preservation Division here to answer any questions. Here is the nomination form for 1125 Grand. And it clearly states on page 23 of the nomination form that the drive-through is a non-historic element of this property. Again, staff is also believes that this would be a use variance. There are downtown development use standards for drive-through facilities. The reason why there are so many standards is that we want to create a safe environment for pedestrians and other mobility options. That is why you see so many standards. The proposed plan does not comply with 4 of these standards. I discussed that there are multiple, the drive-through use would be another principal use, which is not permitted, but also the ingress and egress lanes to the drive-through facility, the egress specifically, cannot be on a main street, and Grand is a main street. Also, staff did ask the applicant to shrink the width of the driveway for safety reasons. The driveway also exceeds the 24 feet on the egress lane. And also, staff has not received any plan that clearly details how pedestrian improvements would be made if the board did choose to approve this. Again, the plan does not show compliance with pedestrian standards. Egress lane exceeds 24 feet in width. The pedestrian walkways and crossings are not addressed. And also, we discussed a right turn only option if the board were to approve this plan. The applicant stated they can't do a right turn only option because of an agreement with the ITMs. Staff asked for evidence of why they cannot restrict the left turn. And on the bottom of the screen is what we received from Aaron Mesmer that only states that alterations cannot materially or adversely affect banks' means of access or visibility. Staff's opinion is that they still have access and visibility. Again, staff is saying this would be a use variance because it's not complying with the downtown development standards. And if the board does choose to approve this, staff has requested that the following conditions be added, and they are in the staff report. That the SUP only be issued for 1 year from the date of approval. The applicant shall reduce the width of the egress lane and only permit a right turn lane. If the tenant prefix copy terminates the lease, the SUP will be immediately void and a new SUP will be required. If the tenant closes the indoor element of this business, the eating and drinking establishment, then the drive-through use shall immediately cease operating. The last two concerns that staff has with the last two conditions here is that the property owner, when prefix's lease expires, a larger user could move in that's going to generate more traffic. And again, this is setting a precedent that drive-through facilities are okay in a downtown development. Also, the applicant could shut down the indoor eating and drinking establishment at any time and only run a drive-through. City staff's recommendation is denial, and the City Plan Commission a few months ago did recommend approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. One item, I did not admit the exhibits for this case. Does the applicant have an issue with admitting exhibits 1 through 9? in the staff
I do
report?
not. We also have an exhibit that we would like to introduce here in a little bit,
Okay,
but we'll get to that in a bit.
perfect. Anna, are there any members of the public that are wishing to testify in this case? If so, we can get them admitted and ready to go and are ready for that portion of the meeting.
Yep, this is a reminder. If you wish to provide public testimony on this item, to please approach the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom. Right now, we have one individual online, two individuals online, Brigitte Chambers and a Luke Chambers.
I have a couple questions.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, questions for staff?
The statement you made toward the end of your presentation that they could stop the indoor restaurant use and still have a drive-through. Where's that coming from?
It's, again, there's multiple uses on one parcel. So the applicant is stating in their last testimony, they need the drive-through to assist with the indoor operations, the eating and drinking establishment. If I was on foot, staff's concern is that there is no method for the city to enforce that someone doesn't just shut down what
Why wouldn't we make that a condition of the special use permit?
Why would we?
Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we say if you shut down the restaurant, this special use?
I
And that's what it
think-
is.
Yeah, I
today.
think he was recommending
Would
that.
recommend-
Those are,
okay,
those
got
are
it.
additional conditions that he recommends. So one of
Okay.
them, number 4, is that.
Okay, my other question is, there's 3 other drive-through lanes that are gonna keep going, and they can turn left. But this one would be limited to turning right.
We would propose that it's a right turn exit for all drive-through lanes at this site. Because those 3 were, as I stated in my last testimony, were erroneously approved by staff. No special use permit was given for those.
So this special use permit would cover all 4 lanes?
It would cover the actual parcel, the physical elements of that site is what this would cover. So right turn only for all 4 lanes.
Okay, I got it.
Yep.
Any other questions for city staff?
Thank you.
Oh.
Good morning, everyone. David Waters with the Spencer Lane Law Firm. I'm sorry, Spencer Fane Law Firm. Certainly, I think you all know from our last meeting that we certainly disagree with staff's interpretation of code and such. I don't want to go into that more than necessary here today, but happy to do so if you'd like more information from me. What I would like to do is really address the measures that we've taken since the June meeting. At that meeting, while no vote was taken, our sense was the board was generally supportive of the application if we could go back and work out some, present some good options for better ensuring safety, the egress on this site for exiting that site. I believe it was Ms. Wright who suggested that if we could come back with some stipulations in writing, something that could be on paper for you guys to have and look at, then that would be something that the board encouraged us to do. And we did do that. And what I'd like to do is, I think I have enough handouts for everybody here, is to hand out our proposed stipulations on this.
And can I see it first to admit it? Just one page.
What do you,
correct?
yes, it's one page, several copies. What I'm handing out to you,
So this will be exhibit 10 and that's admitted.
thank you very
And
much.
Madam Vice Chair, I don't think you actually admitted the first 9. You just asked him if he had a opposition to it. So I would just say that again on the record.
I went back to it, but I thought I did. Okay. So you reviewed the staff report with your case. We've identified the exhibits 1 through 9. And you were okay with admitting exhibits 1 through 9. And then this would be admitting exhibit number 10.
You just say, so they are admitted 1 through 9.
Oh, so they are admitted. Sorry. Thank you. 1 through 9.
So what you have before you is basically a red line form versus compared against what the City Plan Commission approved. So this is the conditions that came to you from the City Plan Commission with the additional stipulations that we've drafted added to that. So the board voted in favor in June of a continuance so that we could work with staff on these proposed conditions, and we did that. Literally immediately after the meeting, we met with Public Works staff outside these council doors to discuss these. And we quickly agreed to the first 2 conditions that you see there regarding the speed bump and the signage that you now have in front of you. So literally just right outside, we pulled up on the iPad, the manual of uniform traffic control devices, located the correct sign and speed bump standards, identified where they should go. And we later got an email from Public Works confirming that the language that we had was acceptable on that. That's frankly why when the staff report was posted just a couple of days ago, we were pretty confused as to why these stipulations weren't added into, because these were shared with staff. We had talked about it outside in the hallway, got an email that they were okay. And we continue to, even though they were not included in the staff report, we continue to be agreeable to those. I can't speak for why those weren't included, but those were the direction we took from the board here, was to work on those things and bring those back to you in this way. You also see 2 other conditions that we proposed at your request. One was for installing parabolic mirrors. Another was for installing an electronic warning system. Those were 2 that we came up with and offered as well. We did share those with staff. We didn't get much substantive feedback on those. We received an email comment back that, well, we think maybe the traffic patterns might be different, but that was really it. But again, we offered those to staff. Those did not appear in the staff report, but we offer them to the board again today as stipulations that we would approve of. Now, those are not prefix coffee. That is outside their ability. They, of course, are a very small tenant in this building, but we were able to work with the developer, with the building owner on this, and they agreed to these concessions on behalf of this project and for the tenant. And so I can represent to you that as presented here, the city's planning commission staff report with these additional stipulations were ones that we would agree to, and we think meets the spirit of what the board asked us to do back in June. As to the other conditions in the staff report that you do have, We feel that the 3-year time period, of course, is sufficient on this. The coffee shop isn't even open. There's some question as to the way the stipulations is worded. I believe in this that, well, if we cease operating, if you approve this today, well, do we lose the special use permit tomorrow? I mean, this thing is not even operating yet. So I think there's some question on that, but we think the City Plan Commission for the 3-year review period is appropriate on this. I'd like to take a little time and actually just let Mr. Dwyer and his team speak to you a little bit more about the shop. I know they got more of an opportunity to do that before the Plan Commission, not so much before the board in June, but I'd like to give them opportunity to tell you about their business and their investment in Kansas City, if that's acceptable.
I have one question first.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Public Works no longer has a safety objection to this, is that correct?
I would like to respond to Mr. Waters. That's half of what Public Works said. Public Works sent an email back to Mr. Waters at 8:24 a.m. on Friday, June 14th, stating that they still want to see the restricted left turn
That's true.
access.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it wasn't that Public Works just said, this sounds good.
No, they did approve of those stipulations that we worked on those. To be fair, yes, they still said that we still think it should be no left turn. We've been clear from the very beginning, that's not something we could agree to. And frankly, I think that's why when we met with the board back in June, the board offered the continuance on its own initiative so that we could try to work through some of these. We didn't dig in our heels on this, but we've tried to come to the table with these stipulations, which were shared with staff.
Yeah, we didn't get to share too much last time, but I mean, we're just a small business in Kansas City, family owned, locally owned. And obviously this, not having this drive-through really hits us hard because, we put investment money into getting this going. But I mean, we really care about the community. We care about Kansas City. I mean, coffee is naturally a community-oriented business. It's not super high profit margin. So, I mean, we do what we do because we love people, we love community. We have the privilege of opening another shop last year here downtown. So we're already in downtown and loving it and wanting to grow here. Even if the traffic volume isn't super high through the drive-through, it's kind of super necessary for us to just make it. I mean, especially with how long this has taken us, it's costing us a lot more. And I mean, right now I'm just hoping that we get it passed even so we don't lose more money, let alone like break even or hopefully make money. But yeah, I don't know. Did you want to say anything either?
Yeah,
or-
I just want to say thank you, board, for your time and your consideration. We've had, like Colin said, we've had a meager success here in Kansas City. I've been doing this for a decade now. But our main drive and focus is to really bring community, and I think coffee does that really well. And to really serve the community as well. And I think this has kind of been, for me, a little bit over my head. I mean, we got into this location and this opportunity with the hope of really driving more into the city. We've been in the South Kansas City area, hoping to really establish ourselves as a Kansas City company. And so anyways, all that to say, this I think is a paramount decision for the success and survival of our business.
And even like things like putting in the SUP, like not shutting down the inside and just going to the outside, like that's not our desire or heart anyway. Like we want to be open inside. We want to be open for community. The drive-through just helps us sustain ourselves. And yeah, I mean, we've been willing to do, whatever we need to do. And it's actually a very openly visible drive-through. Like even before you hit the sidewalk, you can see really well. The bike coming up the one way and the car can see really well. So yeah, I think that's about it.
I'll just remind the board, I mean, these are, again, we're not installing any new lanes. This isn't any new construction. If this SUP isn't granted, those lanes are going to be there. They're going to be used by vehicles. So we appreciate this opportunity to make use of this for the community and provide some street level activation and what we think is a building in an area that could use some of that as well. And we think that the stipulations that we've provided to you go a long way in showing our willingness to work with the board on what it asked of us.
Thank you.
That's all we have today.
Board, any other questions for the applicant or city staff?
Would at any time you be blocking traffic from?
We don't anticipate that there'd be any reason to block traffic. Ingress comes from McGee, so there wouldn't be any, there's not going to be any traffic coming in from Grand, so there wouldn't be any queuing of cars on Grand or anything like that. The traffic comes all the way, it's a whole city block underneath those structures for queuing.
I had a question. Is there any reason why you're opposing the right turn requirement?
The largest issue is that we believe we have contractual relationships with the current ATM users that prevent us from modifying their access in that way. That's really the biggest thing, is that we've got contractual agreements with other tenants in the property as to preserving those lanes. So we cannot, certainly Prefix Coffee as the applicant cannot, but we worked with the building owner and they believe that they cannot do that for because of their lease arrangements. So that's why we've tried to offer as much as we could here. And we don't believe we've not received any reports, and we've looked at on numbers of accidents and haven't seen anything like that. I believe at the last meeting, we provided some information on even the bicycle lanes, on the number of bicycles that were counted by the building's cameras during peak hours, which were extremely minimal. So we don't foresee any problems, but we think to the extent there are any concerns, that these stipulations, if adopted by the board, would go a long way and really go above and beyond.
Other questions for applicant from the board?
I had another question for staff. And I want to make sure I heard it correctly. The approval of this special use would run with the property, meaning if the business closed, another business can come in and establish.
That would be staff's request.
Okay.
It is, if I may, just for clarification, I know the physical lanes have been there, but again, staff is concerned about the new use. It's a different intensity, different user behavior. And again, staff, the applicant not restricting the left turn lane and only allowing a right, that is a private matter. It should not be taken as what staff's professional recommendation is. They still have, from what was provided to staff, it only states shall not adversely affect means of access or visibility. The bank still has full access and still has full visibility, as the applicant has stated.
Other questions from the board? If not, we'll open up to public testimony.
There's one individual with their hand raised, Brigitte Chambers. Time for you to speak for public testimony.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the court reporter?
Bridget Chambers.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Please proceed.
So I am actually a tenant at the Grand, and I've been living there for about 2 years. And I would like to speak in favor of this drive-through lane and the coffee shop. I know there's a lot of concerns about the traffic with the drive-through lanes at the moment, but as somebody who actually lives there and passes by there on a daily basis, I mean, I've never had any issues or safety concerns for that matter. In fact, I would even say that a drive-through lane for the coffee shop would actually be safer. And I say that as a 5-foot-tall woman who lives in downtown. I mean, a drive-through coffee is not anywhere near us. I wouldn't even know where the closest one is, to be honest, probably the one in North Kansas City. And for me, I would feel a lot safer if I could use a drive-through instead of having to walk to a coffee shop. Especially with all the homeless people issues that we're having in that area at the moment. So if we could get that passed, that would be amazing. And like I said, that's just me as a tenant who actually lives in that area.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers.
And Luke Chambers?
Hello, Luke Chambers. I'm also a resident at the Grand. I also wanted to speak in
Can
favor.
I have you raise your right hand?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes,
And can you state your name again for the court reporter?
Luke Chambers.
Thank you.
I would like to speak in favor of the coffee shop as well. I walk frequently to businesses around here. This would be an excellent addition to the number of businesses down here, and I think it would actually be a better option than some of the coffee facilities that we have in this area with no drive-through access, where people sometimes just stop and put their flashers on in the middle of the road. This is providing people with an actual side street where they are not going to be presenting that kind of a risk to the general flow of traffic. I also think that having that drive-through option for local residents would be extremely beneficial, not just for convenience sake for daily life here, but also for commute coffee. I think it would be a great option.
Thank you. Anna, are there any other public testimony?
No one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
We're going to close public testimony. Board, do you have any questions? Applicant or staff?
Yeah, I'm still stuck on the left and right turns. I believe in staff report, you gave a visual of the lanes. We could see that because I'm curious what happens when lane when lane 2 wants to turn left and lane 4 wants to turn right.
And to our knowledge, it's never been an issue with the ATMs that are there. You know, the width, the lanes do come down, they do narrow down. I know staff said earlier today they requested us narrowing. There was never a request made. I know it was in the staff report, but the plans that I believe were shown, and at least I've shown before, shown that the entrance to that egress was built to city parkway standards. This building was just renovated with the National Historic Register, and a whole bunch of renovation took place. So that whole area was renovated in accordance with the parkway standards by the city. And I know that those are on files on plan with the city approving how that was.
Just clarification, staff did not approve the egress. We stated it does not comply with the downtown development standards.
I'm sorry, I was speaking at the time the historic register redevelopment took place. The plans, the stamped plans that have a city stamp on them show that this was built to the city standards.
I'll kind of reiterate my thoughts from the prior meeting. Just that you know, this is a special use permit triggered by the fact that it's adjacent to a boulevard. And special use permit, the idea is that we take things on a case by case basis to consider the context. We've been told time and again through the area plan, public input, time and again that downtown you don't want car dependent uses. It's a big part of the reason why people move downtown to begin with. If they wanted to put a drive-through on a boulevard in the Northland, I'd say love it. But I think given the context, I just don't think special use permit is sensible here. But just one board member.
I think I similar concerns as Mr. Hayes. I think this could kind of be seen as a prime opportunity as we talk about in the greater downtown area plan to phase out drive lanes. And if this is going from 4 to 3, that's not a drastic change, but it's still one step closer to meeting the plan requirements and what we're trying to look for in the city moving forward. Board comments, questions, concerns?
If we would okay it for 1 year, is there anything like that of trouble?
That could be part of your motion.
We'd accept that stipulation.
I do appreciate all the effort to try and figure out a solution to make this as safe for everybody and economically feasible for your business as well.
I like the idea of 2 young entrepreneurs.
Board have a motion?
With a 1-year stipulation that there is no trouble, wrecks, or
Did you want to add staff's recommended?
Staff's conditions,
staff
Yes.
conditions, sure, I'm sorry.
and then
Well, staff's conditions are somewhat inconsistent. If you look at their staff report, they have a 1-year and a 3-year. So we have some concern. So, what we might recommend is what we presented to you from the City Plan Commission with the 4 conditions, and then add in the 1-year as an additional one. I believe the staff report has a condition of a 3-year and a condition of a 1-year in it, which may not be the best document to work from.
I can help you out if you look at the condition sheet. Condition 1 would stay the same. It's about signage. Condition 2 would be changed. If the applicant is stating 1 year is okay, we would change condition number 2 from 3 years to 1 year. We go to condition number 3, we would remove the first condition of shall be issued for only 1 year, so we're not repetitive. And then that brings up 3.2, which the applicant shall reduce the width of the egress lane and only permit a right turn lane.
And we would request that that one be removed then.
Again, this brings up the use staff's concern that the downtown standards do not allow egress onto a main street for a drive-through use. So staff's recommendation is that this is a use variance and the board cannot approve use variances.
And we don't believe that's correct application of the law. But if you wanted to take if you want to go by our version or staff's, I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. What we'd recommend is go by our version there and add the 1-year stipulation instead of 3-year. And then I think you have your motion.
how'd you like to proceed, Mr. Gorens?
Jim?
How would you like to proceed? Yes.
Yeah, I would like to pass it for the 1 year with the conditions that we've discussed. Tickets or wrecks.
Do we have clarification on which conditions are you saying using their conditions with the stipulation of the 1 year by city staff? Or are you also including staff's additional conditions?
Seems like the main difference is the right turn.
That would be the primary difference, certainly.
What we have on this paper is the City Plan Commission.
That's the Plan Commission's version.
So they didn't recommend the right turn.
They did not.
For clarification,
Trying to add that back.
that exhibit is not the current, you need to refer to the conditions that are on the staff report for today.
Well, those were just presented by staff. They're no more applicable than these are.
Yeah,
Those are the ones from the Plan Commission.
The City Plan Commission recommended 3 years.
That's correct.
Staff is,
Right, but did they okay.
They did not recommend left turn. They did not recommend right turn only. Or they did not have the recommendations as determination as to the lease.
Let me provide some clarity. The City Planning Commission recommended the 3 years. In between the City Planning Commission meeting and the Board of Zoning Adjustment, that's when they had discussions with Public Works. Why the Public Works staff didn't upload those, to Compass KC, we're not there to, discuss that. They've provided some of those in writing here today. So there are conditions that need to be added from Public Works and the additional conditions from Andrew Clark in regards to the staff report today. That can
There
be
are
seen.
additional public works things. I don't know what those say. I've not seen those.
The ones that you've listed.
the right turn lane is Public Works request that a right turn only egress. So that's my condition number, we would say 3.2.
And again, we cannot agree to that, but we would welcome a motion based on what the City Plan Commission did, add our 4 conditions, and then change the 3-year to 1 year.
It'll be a 3-year with a 1 year.
Well,
We would look at it again.
that'd be even better, but we would even accept a 1 year if you wanted.
1 year without the egress.
We would accept either one from you.
So we would change it from 3 years to 1 year, remove 3.1 and 3.2, but keep 3.3 and 3.4. 3.3 and 3.4 are discussing if the lease is terminated with prefix coffee. And if the tenant closes the indoor element, then the drive-through would be
If you,
closed.
while we don't like that, we would go along with that.
Get you open.
And we also need to remove conditions 4 through 7 on the 814 staff report, not what Mr. Waters gave you. Those are conditions that the Parks Department placed on here, thinking that this was a new construction. So those are irrelevant.
I made the note on what I provided to you as to that effect. We consider it surplusage if it was on there.
The 3 through 6 on your, on
Correct.
what you.
On
provided.
my version, ma'am,
Correct.
Those are all the perks. We need to get rid of those.
we don't think they're applicable.
Correct.
So if staff would agree to those, then we would get rid of those.
And just for my own clarity, I'm looking at the plan conditions from August. Is that the correct ones?
Yes.
Well, those are the ones presented by staff for this meeting. Those are not the ones that came out of the city plan commission.
We always use the most current conditions from the most current staff report. So we would change condition number 2 to 1 year and remove 3.1 and 3.2 and keep 3.3 and 3.4.
And then
And
remove 4,
four
5, 6, 7. And then,
How do we add the public works?
yeah, I mean, for 1 year, I'd have to, that's going to be a concern with adding the electronic system for a term of 1 year, but if that's what for 3 years, that was certainly something we could do. But we'll see what we can do.
Procedurally adding conditions labeled 7 through 10 from Exhibit 10.
Thank you, Anna.
I guess, board, I have a question. If we are adding in staff recommendations 3.3 and 3.4, do we need to shorten it to 1 year? Can it still remain 3 years?
I think Mr. Clark said his intent would be to make it all be, say, 1 year then for consistency.
Then I'll go ahead and make a motion in case number 12.
Number 2?
Number 2?
Oh,
No,
docket number 2, case 12. Thank
Docket
you.
number 2, case number 12. I move that we approve the SUP based off the following plan conditions. Reducing condition number 2 to 1 year. Removing condition 3.1 and 3.2. Removing conditions 4 through 7. And adding in conditions from
Exhibit 10.
exhibit, thank you, number 10, 7 through 10.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Anna, please call the roll.
Gorence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Opposed.
And Mixdorf.
Opposed.
The motion fails.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Moving on to docket item number 3. This is case CD BZA 2024-25. This is a request to approve a variance to the monument sign standards plus any other needed variances in a B2-2 zoning district on about 0.9 acres, generally located at 8430 North Indiana Avenue. This case was continued to allow for the owner to redesign the sign, make the sign smaller. It does appear that they are online, so let me promote them. So a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide testimony on this particular item to please raise their hand now or approach the microphone. They're connected.
Can I please have you, oh, there you go. Can I have you state your name for the, yes, we can hear you. Can I have you state your name for the court reporter?
Yes, Zach Steele.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yep,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes, I have. I've been on this the whole time. So yes, I've been the main point
Perfect.
of contact.
Anna, please identify the exhibits associated with this case.
Loading. We have,
I don't see them.
there's not
listed.
an exhibit list attached to your staff report.
Okay. There
Looks-
should be 10.
10 exhibits.
Exhibits 1 through 10. I'll be omitting those exhibits. And you've already asked if there's any public testimony, so that part is underway. And we will turn it over to the staff planner to present the case.
All right. Okay, so we got docket item 3, CDBCA 2024-25, located on 8430 North Indiana Avenue, Zone B2-2. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the monument sign setback standards, plus any other needed variances. All right, so the subject site is located up north, a bit north of Gladstone. So this highlighted in yellow is the site of Indiana Avenue. Here is a photo of what it looks like now. Here it is more zoomed in. The sign would be located here. So here is the existing monument base this came with the property before Starbucks came in. All right, so this is the site plan. A is where the monument sign is. And this is just zoomed in. So for the first variance for the setback, as you can see here, it is setback 8 feet and 9 inches. The variance A is a variance of 1 foot 3 inches to the monument sign setbacks to permit a setback of 8 feet 9 inches on the subject site. The code requires at least 10 feet. And a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The monument base was built before the current tenants moved in, therefore it cannot be moved. So the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design. Variance B. So this was this was a few months back. So to refresh, this was the original proposed sign. And this is again a rendering of the original proposed sign. The board asked the applicant to reduce the size. So it has been reduced. It is now 44.67 square feet total, including the base. I believe before it was 50 or about 50.
Yes, it was right at 51.
Okay. And this again, just the sign. Yeah. So a variance of 18.55 square feet to the non-residential sign standards to permit an area of 44.67 square feet on the subject site. So the max square footage allowed for monument sign is 30 square feet. Change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The sign is larger than what is permitted, plus it is across the street from a residential neighborhood. However, the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in the sign due to, again, the monument base. I put sign, but the monument base was existing prior to the new tenants moving in. Plus the base itself is around 30 square feet, which is the max area permitted, not allowing any space to put in the actual sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Board, any questions for staff?
If I recall correctly, this case was where the base already is there, but the base itself is at the threshold.
Yes.
And so you couldn't add a sign. Okay.
Yeah, correct. So a variance is needed no matter what.
I did want to make one comment. The QT sign that's literally right across the road is actually bigger than the initial sign that we proposed. I have survey dimensions. The brick base is 27.61 square feet, and the actual cabinet itself is 32.68 square feet. So what our initial design that we did submit, it did fall, it was under that square footage that of the QT sign. So we're not necessarily asking for anything that hasn't previously been approved.
Yes, you have a question.
The sign light up,
Yes, sir.
how many hours you're gonna keep it lit? I mean, what time?
Oh,
of
it
day?
would be on a time clock, and it would just be lit from literally probably right at dusk up until probably early in the morning. Usually they would run in the fall. I would say it'd be a little bit different because obviously it gets lighter earlier. So I would go off maybe 6 p.m. to probably 5, 6 a.m.
Open at that early in the morning?
I believe, I'm not sure about this one. I don't know if they're open that early. But the time it would turn off around that time. As soon as the sun comes up, they're not going to keep it on. Yeah. It'd
And
be the
then
same as the wall signage that we've previously installed and had approved too. They would run on the same timer.
uh,
Why do they keep it on when the business is closed? I mean, Starbucks isn't open 24 hours a day.
That's a good question. I'm not sure. They may not. I don't necessarily have the answer. That's more of a management, the site-specific store manager conversation than anything. But I mean, if that's a stipulation that we can't run it when it's closed, then we will add that, and I will coordinate that with Starbucks.
I just wanted to add about the quick trip. So yes, Zach is correct. It does exceed the square footage. The planner who had approved this plan approved everything in air and did not have the applicant do a separate application for the sign.
Board, any other questions for the applicant? Not, I would entertain a motion. Or is there any other public testimony? Thank you.
No one else has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
I have a comment. To me, this looks odd, the smaller sign, because it doesn't fit the base, but we asked them to reduce it, I guess. I guess that's what we wanted.
Yeah, I think in the initial, in my mind, the reduction, it would have stayed right justified to still attach to the vertical monument piece and then reduced on the left side. But
The original one looked a lot better than that.
could we get any information as to why you have the justification that you do or the placement on the base? Is that due to existing electrical components or something in the base that you need to hit that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, the person who actually built this, there's a hole for the support steel for the actual monument cabinet, and that's unfortunately already there. It has the electrical wiring coming through it, so we're kind of, and it's if you see, there's a picture of the actual monument base where we would set is kind of, it has a flat part and then it kind of edges off, so we're kind of limited on where we're able to actually move it. So it's kind of got to stay central, and then that's why I had to decrease the size this way. So our hands are kind of tied with how we're actually going to be able to securely mount it in that way. So that's why I had to do it that way.
Did you consider maintaining the width but reducing the height? I think in my mind, that would have given you kind of that same threshold that you're gaining by having the space along the right-hand side without maybe developing a collection gathering or a garbage gathering spot there to still hit those same requirements.
I do see what you're saying. I did not even consider that because we were kind of, the initial plan is obviously, if you can see the picture of that monument, we want to be under kind of flush with the overhang lip. But if you guys want us to decrease the overall height, that we can definitely do that and keep the width if that's what the board wants.
And I think if we were to approve the variance, it is for the overall sign size. So if they were to revise the sign, if it's slightly shorter and longer, but it meets the same area requirements, that would still be allowed.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, as long as it stays with what the board approves.
For the area variance and the setback. So that, yeah, what we're looking at right now is variance A is the setback from the road, which I, as one board member, have no issue with. And then variance B is looking at the area, and this is a reduction from the last time they came before us.
But shortening it is more just like an aesthetic comment, and they can do whatever
They
they
can do
please.
it as long as they are meeting the area requirements for the signage, they could adjust that as long as they don't exceed what we approved today. So
Okay.
that could be something for consideration if you so chose, but knowing that that would be your maximum number that we would allow.
I can make a motion for docket number 3, case number 25. I motion that we approve variance request A along with variance request B. In accordance to staff report.
Revised staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Is this the 20 square feet or now it's 18?
18.55.
Yes.
Okay. For the revised,
Revised staff report.
Revised staff report, yeah.
okay, my staff report says 20. I guess maybe I grabbed the wrong one.
I'll second.
I don't think you can. Were you on it initially?
Yes.
I want to make sure we had just the 5.
Yeah, so then I guess for transparency purposes, we recognize that Mixdorf has reviewed this case and
I was here when this first came to us.
you were?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not what the,
Quorum doesn't say.
okay. So then, yes, then you would, Mike, you still would have been an alternate for that one.
We need somebody else to second it. Second from Gorans. Anna, can you call the roll?
So it doesn't list me, but I thought I was here
Yeah, but
too.
Maggie, or excuse me, Maggie was talking, so I said her name. Mixdorf was here, so then she would have been here the entire
I
time.
rewatched it in
Oh,
case.
Moran's, excuse me. Yes, Moran would have been the person to reestablish the quorum with.
Okay.
Did you review these plans? Okay, yeah, so then we're acknowledging that yeah, this one's just all mixed up. So Mixdorf says that she was here for the original hearing. Moran was not. We reestablished the quorum with Moran. And that would still leave Gorance, Hayes, Wright, Moran, and Mixdorf to be the 5 because Ebbets is not here.
But Meyer was part of it.
I think now we're adding a new for
But
the
if-
quorum, there's an asterisk of
but-
like if they were in attendance, but they were not part of the quorum, they're still listed. So we know if somebody's missing that they attended that day.
Correct. Okay,
Okay.
Had a motion, we had a second. Anna,
who,
call
sorry,
the-
who seconded? I
Gorance.
apologize. Gorance. Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye. Your case is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Do you want to call the next case?
Moving on to docket item number 4, this is case CD BZA 2024-81. This is a request to approve a variance in an R 2.5 district to permit a digital sign to be located in a residentially zoned parcel, plus any additional variances on about 19.77 acres, generally located at 1801 White Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant team, please raise your hand in Zoom now or approach the mic or approach the desk.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we go into closed session on this one.
Okay.
Second.
I'd like to move that we go into closed session pursuant to 610.021 RS Mo parens 1 to obtain legal advice.
Second.
Second from Mr. Hayes. Anna, call the roll.
Gorance. Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye.
Sure. Yeah. Oops. Someone raised their hand, but then they lowered it. What? Oh, sir, do you? Okay.
Check my email.
Gorance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
I move that we continue docket item number 4, case number 81 for 2 months to the October docket so that we can obtain additional legal advice. I don't know what's the date for the October
9th, I think.
October 9th?
October 9th.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, Gorance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. This case is continued until October 9th.
Then we have docket item number 5. This is case CDBZ 2024-63. This is a request to appeal a notice of abandonment related to a non-conforming sign about 1.6 acres generally located at 8912 East US 40 Highway. I am the staff planner associated with this case. The property owner and their team is in the room with us. And this case was continued to this date, so phone records could be provided.
And this is about whether or not we can hear it, not the merits of the case itself, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. This is about whether or not granting them a full hearing since the application was filed past the deadline for an appeal case.
Hi there again. Can you please raise your right hand and state your name for the court reporter?
Craig Fidinage.
Martin Haley.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the staff report with your case? Should be the same staff report as last time, unless we are missing, where's the staff?
I never got nothing.
There is,
You're on
the memo is attached online. It hasn't changed since that original hearing date. City staff has not received any
Okay.
records. There's 11 exhibits.
And I'll admit exhibits 1 through 11. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to testify on this case?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
All right, we'll turn it over to Anna to present.
Okay, would you like me to go over the entire case again? Or
If the board is aware and we're up to speed of what we presented last time, if there's new information, I think we could proceed that way.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay,
only new information.
only new information. City staff has not
No
received any new
Yeah,
information.
no, okay.
I'd like to speak first, please. On our last meeting, we were requested to try to find some documentation or phone records as to how many that Mr. Haley had attempted to contact the city inspector several times, and he has that documentation with him today, and we'd like to submit that.
Can I submit, I've got like pictures of the sign, the date it was done, the sign was fixed.
Save that for the next case.
I know,
This is-
well, whatever. All
I
right.
have a question. If-
Here's the phone numbers.
Thank you. One moment. Since do we still admit exhibits if we're hearing, if we can even hear the case?
Yeah, you can admit the exhibit of the phone records.
Okay.
as
And
well.
he has, I think it's 11 plus attempted phone calls to the city
Okay, can
inspector.
I?
Okay.
And those are the phone record copies from his phone company as was requested.
Very much.
And it does show that the day he received the letter was this first initial phone call to the inspector.
Yeah, that was on the 22nd on Friday.
And then there was a total of, I want to say 11 success or unsuccessful attempted phone calls.
I have never yet to this day ever received a phone call except from this lady right here. I've never received a phone call from that Melissa. That was
I'm
the.
gonna hold you for one moment here. So we will will this be exhibit 1?
12.
It will be 12. Okay. This will be admitted.
And Anna, could you refresh us as to the relevant dates?
Yep. So a notice of abandonment was issued on March 13th. And per the code, that means the filing deadline would have been 3/28. But we did not receive an application for the appeal until April 22nd, 25 days late.
Okay, I'm sorry. What was the deadline again?
March 28th,
And you received the appeal.
April 22nd,
Okay.
25 days past the deadline, which is 15 days according to the code.
And do we have confirmation that these are like city phone numbers?
I guess I could check.
Okay.
Well, the 513 numbers would be city phone numbers, right? I don't know what 935 is.
Is there, there might be one in there that don't really apply to you people. I was just trying to block out all the other phone numbers because there's so many. And I was just trying to research them, and which we did do. We have other, actually, the last time we were here, you people wanted, we would, the gentleman over here was saying I denied calling. Now I said, no, I have called. And then that's when you people said, well, go get your phone records and come back and we'll start this thing over again. And that's what I'm here to do, which we have sent these emailed to the city. They've got these. They were sent by email, these pictures of the completion of the sign. That was done much earlier than what the, so no one would never call us back. We emailed all this stuff within about, maybe 15 days after I got the letter. I in turn had to order vinyl because the storms has come around or whatever. The vinyl was gone. It took like 12 days to get the vinyl, and you had to be scheduled to have them sign hangers to hang the sign. And that's what we did. And that was done on the April the 8th of the
These records show the first calls you made to the city were April.
22nd
Of March.
of March. I mean, March 22nd, excuse me.
I don't see
My first
anything in
phone
here about
call.
March
I'll
22nd.
show it to you. I mean, I can, here, let me look at my,
You've got some stuff covered up on the first page.
I
but
know,
that's
I'm sorry, I didn't do a very good job at that.
Oh, I think April.
I've never had to do this before, so you gotta
Oh.
kind of bear with me.
No, you're fine.
Fine.
We
I mean, it
appreciate
says
you.
that this shows from March.
We would like to represent to the board that he did receive his letter. We know that the US mail isn't as efficient as they used to be,
And
but he received it on the 22nd. And I do believe the phone records indicate that he did attempt to call
I
the city
called at
March 22nd.
yes,
on the
March
22nd.
22nd at
And
3:31,
then
I
the
called.
being a responsible sign owner, it was repaired within 20 days. That's pretty as fast as you could possibly do it, a sign business.
I mean, because you have to order the vinyl.
Right. We're going to let the board ask a few questions, I think, here.
Okay.
So I'm just reviewing these logs
Sure.
here. And we, what we're hearing today is basically just whether or not we're going to hear the merits of the case.
Yes,
So we
sir.
don't have to get into that.
Okay.
And we just were wanting some sort of proof of like good faith effort prior to the deadline to file the appeal, which
Well, what the
was,
okay.
one moment, please. The deadline was 3/28. I'm hearing that you are saying that you've called on 3/22, but I'm actually not seeing a call that early in these. The earliest I'm seeing is April 8th. So I don't know if there's something I'm missing
Well,
or.
let me look here. I'll find it.
Nope, you're next. Copy the machine back. Right. You go check.
I broke my glasses today and I've got a pair and I can't hardly see these. I can't hardly see these little numbers anyway. I'm 69 years old. I don't see the best. It's in
Is that
there
the same
somewhere.
document that we have, or does that one have additional information?
This here's the main ones that I whited out because I didn't need all the phone numbers, so it'll be in there.
Here's
somewhere.
March 22nd.
Yeah.
I'd like to submit this also as some.
I'm not
other
gonna spend
substantial.
that whole thing.
Excuse me.
I can see.
I need this first.
Chair first. The one you gave us is right here, sir. If you could take a look.
Maybe I've got messed up.
Nothing from March in there.
Okay, so this would be, if I admit this as exhibit 13,
Mhm.
correct, Donna?
Okay.
Well, I guess can you, I'd like the board to see
Okay. yeah.
this, just so if we're looking at dates in particular that we.
And as far as filing the appeal,
Mhm.
I have emails from, I had a gentleman that helps me.
Mhm.
And we had talked to, we had tried to get a hold of the city, which we didn't know how to do the appeals process. And this Mr. what
Maybe
is his
Mr.
name?
Duddy. I think we're gonna.
James Duddy.
Yep, we're
James
gonna
Duddy.
pause for a moment here and let the board review this document, because I think this is the key piece of information that we're looking for.
It appears it's so much covered up, kind of hard to figure out, but it appears that this shows March 22nd, one call to
That's to Melissa, the lady.
513-8873.
That's the officer that wrote me the ticket.
Okay, and that's all,
Yes.
that's the only call.
Well, that, at that time,
For that day.
for that day.
There was
Are there
10
other
other
days?
calls.
There's
that were
other
made.
calls with that
In
same phone
April?
number. That's the lady's office phone number.
Is staff able to confirm whether that's a phone number that goes to the planning department at all?
Can you restate the phone number?
816-513-8873.
That is the number on the notice
Oh,
in the staff report.
Okay, yes, that is the general phone number for that group.
Given this information, I think it would be appropriate to hear the case. It seems like he at least made some sort of good faith effort prior to the deadline. And that's what we asked for, and it looks like he gave it to us, so.
Thank you.
And to that effect, I'll make a motion to make
To September 11th for the full hearing?
what would the verbiage of the motion be?
That you are granting their, for full public hearing at the September 11th date.
Okay, on docket item 5, case number 885 or CDBZA 2024-00063, I move that we grant a full hearing for the case on our September 11th meeting.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
What time?
Second,
Anna, please call the roll.
And this is one where I did not reestablish a quorum, so Mike, you're on deck. Gorance.
Aye.
Moran.
I'm
Right.
going to vote no, just because it was one call. I don't think that's enough of an effort, so I am going to vote no.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Meyer.
Aye.
Okay. Hearing on September 11th. The meeting starts at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Question about that. So why do I not vote on that one?
Because I didn't email you about this one. You didn't rewatch the hearing.
I was here for it. I heard it the first time. But as long as we have it all covered, we're good.
So this whole thing is our exhibit.
Good one.
Okay.
passed, and
Do I
you
get
guys
to
come
take
back on 9/11.
Pardon me, sir?
Passed and you come back on 9/11.
Thank you.
It'll be a
Okay.
meeting just like this one.
Thank you, board.
Okay. Thank
Yeah, we need copies of all
Yes,
this.
so we need to get with city. Yeah, Stephanie, can you make the copy today? If that's
can go.
possible.
I can go make a copy and then I'll bring it back down if you guys want.
Thank you, board.
We get pictures of the paper.
We didn't, those were in the staff report
Right,
previously,
staff,
and we did not admit them separately, so we don't need those.
All right, so did that go with this lady?
Yes,
Yeah.
Stephanie will take
You need that,
scans of
yes,
both of
that.
those.
All right, sure.
Okay.
Thank
I'll
you.
do that.
Let's just wait a second.
Is it time for a staff break or board
take a
break as
break.
they work through getting some of those scans, and then we'll call the next case
Yeah,
here
that sounds
in
good.
15 minutes at 10:55.
Yes.
Do you have any more details on that?
Yeah, it's this one
Okay.
and
So
the,
somebody has applied.
yes.
You're not sure that he actually has.
Oh, the
property
dead
because the
lift.
case is still going.
Uh,
It hasn't been.
probate.
Okay.
We haven't.
How do we know it's in probate?
Some
Unmuted and ready to go.
Waiting for the. We good?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Okay, docket item number 7. This is case CD, SUP 2024-23. This is a request to approve a special use permit in District R-6 on about 16 acres, generally located along both sides of Northeast 44th Street, west of Northeast Davidson Road, allowing for the expansion of an existing school and accessory facilities. Matthew Barnes is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant team, please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the desk. The applicant is online.
I do
Hold
not
on.
see them.
Can you stop sharing your screen? They are connected. Vince.
Vince, do you have a camera?
And microphone.
Vince, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
There you are. Do you have a camera available today?
No, I'm looking for that option now. Did that work?
Perfect.
It did
Yes,
work.
thank you very much.
Okay.
Can you please
All
raise
right.
your right hand? And can you state your name again for the court reporter?
Vince Latona. I'm the architect on the project.
Perfect. And
It's,
do
okay,
you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes.
Anna, please identify the exhibits for this case.
We have, it's loading, it's freezing.
I believe it should be exhibits
It's
1
1
through
through
10.
10, that is correct.
Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Do we have anybody from the public wishing to testify here today?
No one has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
Turn over to staff to give the presentation.
Okay, good morning, board members. Matthew Barnes, City Planning and Development Management Division. For docket item number 7, a special use permit for the St. Pius X school and football facilities. This subject site is located in the Northland, just north of North Kansas City and south of Gladstone. Here's a closer view. Yeah, you can see the I-29/35 triangle right there. To the north, west of that is the Vivian and North Oak commercial area you may be familiar with. And a closer view yet, this is located on both sides of Northeast 44th Street. They have an existing special use permit, but they're doing a major amendment to that, which requires a new special use permit to be issued. Here's just a side view of the southern part of the property. They are proposing a new pedestrian connection along Davidson Road. They're not providing sidewalks in the public right of way. There is quite the elevation change, which prohibits anything, but they did comply and provide a internal pedestrian connection, which will allow people to move safely from the northern side of the property to the southern side, and then feed into other public sidewalks to the south. Additionally, they are proposing a new chapel, new gym and classrooms, a new parking lot with pedestrian connections, and a new drop-off area for the football facility. At the football facility, they are also providing a new training gym at the northern end of the football field. Here's just a few elevations. This is of the chapel that will be at the southern end of the property. They're using similar materials to where they're now, a lot of brick, masonry, glass. This is the proposed gym and classrooms.
You can see they are additionally providing a green roof on the STEM classrooms, as well as using similar materials, brick glass, as the rest of the structure. And this is the proposed football facility. Please note that existing already is the concession stand and entrance down here. The only thing that they're proposing that isn't existing already is this northern building. As I stated, this is a major amendment to existing special use permit. This entitles all the development that they're proposing on the site. They've been doing some minor amendments, and this cleans up the site. They have obviously some constraints on their budget. When they do all this, they might be able to speak on their timeline of construction. This as the chapel, classrooms, gymnasium, and football facility. They're providing landscaping in compliance with the zoning and development code. And as stated, they are not providing sidewalks along North Davidson in the public right-of-way, but are providing an internal connection. With that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval subject to conditions, and I can answer any questions.
Board members, any questions for city staff?
Yeah, what kind of roof did you say it was?
A green roof, so kind of like a garden roof right there, if you can see. So,
you may have mentioned it. I'm not. I may have just missed it. What exactly triggers this special use permit? What, like, why did they have one to begin with, and why are they back for another one?
So this is located in a residential zoning district. Schools are allowed with a special use permit in a residential zoning district. What really triggered this was this drop-off area, which increases the impervious area by more than 2,000 square feet. And so that triggers the major amendment. And in discussions, we urged them to just get their entitlement for everything that they're wanting to do. And that way we don't have to come back here every time.
So residential athletic facility, that combo requires a special use permit? Is that, and then this impervious service basically brought this back up?
Yeah, so the football field is accessory to the school, which was originally titled in a previous special use permit. So when they were trying to do the drop off to reconfigure, because during game days, currently you're having to park across the street at this parking lot to the south, and then you have people crossing. This allows for, and there's no accessible parking on the northern side near the entrance. So this allows for a safer drop off. When they came to get permits for that, we failed it because they didn't have the entitlement, and it increased to more than 2,000 square feet. And yeah, that's what triggered all of this.
For staff? Not, Mr. Latano, why should we approve your request today?
Well, this is, I mean, every time we would do a new building, we'd have to come back for the special use permit several times over. So we wanted to try to incorporate all the possibilities that we could think of future development. So those buildings are intended to only be constructed over a longer period of time. So, and the issue with the drop-off is on the north parcel of property, we have a parking lot there to the east of the football field, but that means, but the actual entrance to the bleachers is on the west side of the football field. So that means a person using a wheelchair has to park in an accessible place, or you have to drop somebody off. A person using wheelchair would have to park on the east parking lot and then wheel all the way up to the entrance. The other possibility is if you're dropping someone off, you have to drop them off on the street to go directly into the ticket booth. And if Matt shows that north parcel again, then it becomes more obvious. But the idea is to take that drop off of the street, and cars would just pull into there, drop off a person right there by the ticket booth, and then just pull right out and go park their car. So, and we have a lot of elderly people attending the game, so this is just so much more of a convenience than what we had, the situation we had before.
And have you received any support or opposition from the nearby neighbors or the neighborhood?
We've had our required meetings with the neighborhood, and there has been no opposition. And in fact, if you read the record of the conversations in those meetings, that people seem to be pretty happy with what's going on at the school.
Thank
They're
you.
investing in the neighborhood.
Do we have anybody else in the audience for testimony?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
Board members, any additional questions for the applicant? Not, I would entertain a motion.
I can make the motion on docket number 7, case number 23. I move that we approve the special use permit in addition to planning commission's conditions as accordance to the staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Want to call the roll?
Gorntz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Docket item number 8, this is case CD SUP 2024-24. This is a request to approve a special use permit in District R 2.5, which is a residential zoning district on about 45 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Northeast 39th Terrace and North Home Street, allowing for the expansion of an existing athletic complex. Matthew Barnes is the staff planner associated with this case. And if you are the applicant on this item, please raise your hand now. It is a different, same property owner, different applicant. If you are the applicant for docket item number 8, please raise your hand now so we can admit you into the public hearing. They don't appear to be online.
Can hold this case until, so we can get a hold of them and see if they can join later in the docket.
Yep, we can do
Okay.
that. Okay, so if someone could go get Alec real quick.
That will move on to docket number 10.
Yep, we're just waiting for
Yep.
Alec. Docket item number 10, this is case CD BZA 2024-98. This is a request to approve a variance of about 6.2 feet to the height of an accessory structure, plus any additional variances on about 0.149 acres, generally located at 3940 Bell Street. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. And this is a reminder for the property owner is online. So I'm promoting them. Kirby. And the applicant, Mike. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can admit you into the public hearing. Kirby and Mike are both connected.
Perfect. Can you turn on your cameras? Mike?
Yeah.
Kirby, do you have a camera as well? Perfect. Thank you. Can I have you both raise your right hand? Can you state your name for the court reporter?
Kirby Chamberlain. Mike Schumacher.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes.
Anna, can you identify the exhibits with this case?
There are 9 exhibits attached to this case.
Do you have any issues admitting those 9 exhibits?
Nope.
Those are admitted. Do we have anybody in the audience for public testimony?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
We'll turn it over to city staff for the presentation.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Board?
Want
Are
to
you-
share?
Oh, you're not there.
On one side.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Perfect.
hopefully you can see that. All right. Good afternoon, or good morning, I guess, still. We have docket item number 10 here. My name is Alec Gustafson. I'm with Development Management Division in City Planning Department. We have case number CD-BZA 2024-98 today, and it's located at 3940 Bell Street, zoned R.3. It's a request to approve a variance of about 6.2 feet to the height of the accessory structure, plus any additional variances. It is generally located just north of the plaza, south of downtown. Here's a picture of the site. It's just along State Line Road and Bell Street, right next to KU Med. And this is our site. Here's a view of the site looking from the north, southward down Bell Street at the property. You can see the concrete pad on the side. That will be fairly important in this variance case. And then the view looking north, off Bell Street, where you can see the current garage on the south side of the property. So this is the existing site plan. This is what is currently there right now. They have a garage on the south side with the asphalt driveway all the way to the rear, with an asphalt drive, a partial asphalt drive on the north side of the property that is on their property and also on the property of the neighbor, 3936 Bell Street. Half of that has been demolished, so they only have their half on their driveway, which they currently are parking their cars there, as well as with their garage and the driveway that's currently existing south of the house. The proposed site plan is right here, where they have they're basically swapping where the parking pad is and where the driveway is, and the garage. So the garage is moving to the northwest side of the property rather than southwest. And the concrete pad is basically they're taking the driveway from the south, from the original driveway, and cutting it down to 20 feet. And just keeping their parking pad on the south side of the property. So it's just a full swap. Along with the new detached garage, there's a patio with seating. There's a underground patio and a second floor patio. This is the design of the garage that is proposed, with the garage portion, a first patio, a second patio, and then a rooftop patio as well. This is the height, the elevation of the garage. You can see it's standing at 22 feet and 2 inches. That is about 6 feet taller than what is permitted in residential districts for garages, detached garages. This is not an ADU. It is strictly just a garage with some storage space and patios. So our first variance is a variance of 6.16 feet to the detached garage height to permit a 22 feet, 2-inch foot tall detached garage on the subject site. It's a 38.5 increase to the height of the detached structure, a 38.5% increase to the code. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since this is the only home on the corner of on the corner, other than the corner lot of West 40th Street and Bell Street that has an accessory structure. This would change the character of the neighborhood based on the fact that this is the only one, other than the other one on the corner, that would have a accessory structure that has a non-conforming detached garage height. The other one on the corner is conforming. A change of design could simply be that a shorter detached garage or no railing on the top of the patio could be permitted. Variance request B is a complete deviation from the vehicular use area minimum setback for parking spaces of 20 feet to permit a parking space within 20 feet of the front property line. So 88/4/2012 is for vehicular use standards in residential areas where the minimum setback for a parking space in the front yard is 20 feet. So they essentially would need to either extend their driveway past that 20 feet, since it's currently just 20 feet, or remove the parking pad entirely. If they were to extend it, they would be able to park their cars further than 20 feet to abide by that 20-foot setback. But since it's currently built to 20 feet as an extent all the way into the property, it does not meet that. That's why it would be a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. This is the only home in the context area currently, and would be still the only home in the context area with an non-conforming parking pad. So there would be no context along the rest of the properties on Bell Street. And like I said, a change of design could either be to remove the parking pad, keeping the impervious surface percentage in the front yard to a minimum, and keeping the property at only one curb cut, or add more parking space on the end of the parking pad to conform with the 20-foot setback requirement for parking spaces in residential lots. This would increase the impervious surface on the lot and maintain its current existence at 2 curb cuts. And I also have some other images to go along with what I believe the clients may speak on for their hardship. So that is essentially where my staff report ends. I have all the images that my applicants sent to me uploaded on this presentation, so I can go through them as they're talking as well, just for all of you to speak to hear. But that concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions.
Are those additional images beyond what's already in the staff report? 'Cause
They're in the staff report.
Okay,
They're
so we don't
in
need to
the
admit
staff
them
report.
separately since
Yep.
they're already in. Okay. Or do you have any questions for city staff? Okay, Ms. Chamberlain or Mr. Schumacher, tell us why we should approve your request today.
So sorry, I was muted. I'm prepared to say a few things. I do kind of feel like Alec may have buried the lead a little bit on this project. Next door to us, right on the north property line, there's a new apartment complex being built. It's 4 stories. It's the Jamestown Square Apartments. I believe you guys approved signage for them in your last meeting, so you might be familiar with the project. What we're trying to do here is maximize the efficiency of our lot by moving the garage to the north, maintaining the existing parking area that we have now, while also creating a boundary between us and the new apartment complex for our privacy and for the privacy of the new tenants. It is quite close. It's about 15 feet from my window right here. The rooftop deck will be, again, just us maximizing the space, providing some more entertainment area for us. And I anticipate there will be 2 floors of balconies above it on the north side.
Board members, any additional questions?
How tall is the existing house?
The existing home is conforming with the context area. I'm not sure, we don't have the exact elevation
If
of
the
the house.
structure will be taller than the existing?
No.
No, not even close.
And Kirby, just so you know, I am showing the images that you sent to me, Northwest
Perfect.
showing the construction sites.
You want to share your
Mhm.
screen, then we can see it on both of them?
Yeah.
If you want.
And I think that that's kind of part of the issue is how much, I mean, you were relating how how it's going to change the context of the area, but I mean, right now the context is changing with the density increase and the addition of those apartment buildings. So that's where I think having something that is not that isn't precedented, I think there's a case for saying that this is warranted just because of the changes around that neighborhood and in community.
Yeah, with this project, we will be the only single family home left on our block. We're surrounded, there's a doctor's office to the west, the apartment complex to the north with the 3934 Bell, which is a sixplex. And then we have 2 duplexes to the south. So yeah, I mean, the context area is kind of, there isn't one as far as homes goes. And then the front yard parking spot, you know, we have it now and it's pretty common in our neighborhood. And there's even a house right across the street from us that has a parking spot in the front yard. So it seems like it would fit in just fine.
And had you considered any other designs that did not have the 3rd level with a railing in it as an accessible space? Just doing
Sure.
2 levels?
Yeah, that's a backup plan. I personally just want a rooftop deck. I think it sounds like more fun, and I think it will fit in perfectly well with the new building.
Have you received any other comments from your neighbors?
Yes, I have several letters. I know at least one was sent to you guys, and I have 3 more. I have full support from the developers of the apartment complex, our neighborhood association, and essentially everyone on the block. Overwhelmingly supportive.
I will note that the public testimony attached to the staff report is unnotarized.
But you haven't heard any opposition from any neighbors?
Not at all. Mm-mm.
I think in this particular case, I'm less concerned about the height, given the context area, sixplex, larger apartments are adjacent to it. I am more concerned about the vehicular area. I think this is already going to be, you already have a long driveway, but then having a second parking pad. I like the idea of reducing impervious area on a site, and that seems like a very long driveway and a good spot to park vehicles. So I'm not sure that variance B would be necessary, or that as one board member, I would be in favor of that one.
Yeah, like I said, we're simply hoping to maintain what we currently have as regards to parking, especially with the new 225 new neighbors incoming.
Did I hear staff correctly that if they made that parking pad longer, it would be okay?
It would conform with the setback for residential parking spaces.
That would be okay.
Yeah, and it would be increasing the impervious surface, but it would not exceed the impervious surface ratio.
How much longer would they have to make it?
I believe it's 7 feet in width and 15 feet in length per the code, which is required for a parking space.
Right. A 27-foot additional driveway.
35.
Okay, sorry. Board members, other thoughts?
So if we approve this little parking pad, we would be reducing the impervious surface over what the code allows, which would be a longer driveway.
Right, you'd be increasing the cement on the property, and reducing the impervious surface of what's allowed.
So the parking pad's already there, right?
It's on
Correct.
it's on the lot right now.
Okay. And it's non-compliant. They're asking for a variance. And there are options to be compliant without this variance, or either extend it out, make it a long driveway, or tie the whole thing out.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
And if it's removed, it would go down to 1 curb cut then on the property instead of the 2 that currently exist.
Yes.
But they could extend it, be compliant without any variance, correct?
They may need to seek a variance for the impervious surface. I don't have that calculation on me right now.
But we're talking about the south, the proposed parking path.
Yes.
And would those 2 curb cuts be allowed?
There's nothing that says that you can't have 2 curb cuts in the code.
But there's a maximum like footage, right?
Yeah.
What's that number? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't.
22. Yeah, and then
Per curb cut?
12, and then 12 for an infill house. So
This-
right now, both of those curb cuts are compliant.
Board members, other questions? Not, I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion on, docket item number 10, case number 98. I move that we approve, the variances requested, the 2 variances, in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Gorance, Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Mixdorf.
Opposed.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, there you are. The applicant for docket item number 8 is online now.
Okay. 8.
Okay, so we'll move back to docket item number 8. This is case CD SUP 2024-24, a request to approve a special use permit in District R2.5, which is a residential zoning district on about 45 acres, generally located at the southeast corner of Northeast 39th Terrace and North Holmes Street, allowing for the expansion of an existing athletic complex. Matthew Barnes is the staff planner associated with this case. Where did he go? Okay. And the applicant is online. I'm promoting Jake Hodson. And they are connected.
On the screen. Hodson, do you have a camera today?
I do.
Perfect. Thank you. Can you raise your right hand? Please state your name for the court reporter.
My name is Jacob Hodson.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during the meeting today?
I do.
Have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
I have.
Anna, can you identify the exhibits for this case?
There are 10.
There are 10. Do you have any issues with those 10 exhibits?
I do not.
All right, those will be admitted. Do we have anybody in the audience for public testimony?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
Turn over to city staff for the presentation.
Thank you, board members. Give me 1 second to share my screen. There we go. We have docket item number 8, which is special use permit for the St. Pius X Athletic Complex. This site is also located in the Northland, just north of North Kansas City and south of Gladstone. Here is the subject site outlined in yellow. The site for the school is up here that we just discussed with docket item number 7. Here's a closer view of the existing athletic complex. You can see that Northeast Davidson Road terminates there just at the start of the parcel. It's surrounded by existing residential and it is zoned residential 2.5. So this is another major amendment to an existing special use permit. They are adding a new storage building at the north here, new volleyball courts, which will be outdoors, a new tennis observation deck, and a new pedestrian connection, which staff requested and they have provided. So now there is safe access from the existing public sidewalk system into this complex. This is some elevations of the tennis observation deck. This will just be between the tennis courts and allow for observers, coaches to see the tennis courts. And this is the proposed storage building elevations, which will be at the northern end of the property. As stated, this is a major amendment to an existing special use permit. This entitles future development on the site, and they can also discuss a timeline of the construction of these buildings. They're adding additional landscaping, storage building, tennis observation deck, pedestrian connections, and also configures the parking lot to add some more ADA spaces. They are providing landscaping in accordance with the code and adequate screening to the residential properties to the north. I will say their site plan here along Northeast 39th Terrace. If you had a street view, I apologize, I don't have that in there, but it is very wide open and they're providing a line of evergreen trees to help screen that from noise and the buildings. Additionally, the city plan commission removed a condition which required a lighting plan. They're not proposing any new lighting for this site. It's all existing for the parking lot and was reviewed and approved under the previous special use permit. So they didn't provide a new lighting plan and the CPC removed that condition. With that, the CPC recommended approval of docket item number 8, and I can take any questions.
Clarify the conditions that are in here. I'm trying to see, the lighting has already been removed.
Yes.
Okay, so the conditions as stated would be how we'd proceed. Okay. Any other questions for city staff? Mr. Hodson, why should we approve your request today?
Yeah, and board members, I apologize for being late. I got confused on what day we were going to be heard. For the last 70 years, St. Pius X has been a strong academic and athletic high school in the city, providing a great faith-based education for the young people of our community. And with these improvements, they intend to extend that ability to create well-rounded students that graduate from St. Pius. As you saw, we are intending to do a maintenance building that will support the track facilities there, 2 sand volleyball courts next to that maintenance building on the north side of the site, and then a tennis observation deck that will be both for student shelter, coaches, and viewers of the tennis matches. We ask that you approve this so we can continue with our mission to create well-rounded students. And we have been working closely with staff to satisfy all those conditions and provide all the conditions that they had asked for previously.
So to confirm, you have no issues with the conditions outlined in the staff report?
We have no issues with it, and we intend to meet all of the conditions, yes.
And have you received any comments from the neighbors?
We had a meeting on July 29th, a public engagement meeting. No one showed up from the neighborhood. So outside of that, we have not had any issues with the neighbors or complaints. I think all the neighbors are pretty happy that St. Pius is such a good neighbor.
Board members, any questions for the applicant? Anna, do we have any public testimony?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
That, There are no other questions. I would entertain a motion.
In docket item number 8, case number 24, I move that we grant the applicant's request for the major amendment to the special use permit in accordance with the site plan and staff report and the conditions recommended by the City Plan Commission minus the one, right?
Which should be reflected.
It
Which
should
is
be reflected
reflected
appropriately in the staff
in the
report.
staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. Your case is approved. Good luck with your project.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Moving on to docket item number 11. This is case CD BZA 2024-91. This is a request to approve a variance to the setbacks on an infill residential lot, plus the needed variances in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.22 acres, generally located at 1200 Bellevue Avenue. It looks like the applicant team is present with us in the room. And Stephanie Soldari is the staff planner associated with this case.
Right. I have you raise your right hands. State your name for the court reporter.
Aaron March. Knowles Smith.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I do.
Have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes, we have. We have no issues with the exhibits with the staff report.
Anna, how many exhibits do we have on this one?
9.
I will
Yeah.
admit exhibits 1 through 9.
We got public testimony.
After the staff report was issued? Okay, well then we'll admit
Okay.
those one.
Okay, so admitting exhibits 1 through 9. Do we have any public testimony that has raised their hand to be promoted?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom or approached the microphone.
Okay. We'll turn over to city staff for the presentation. Right?
All right. Docket item 11, CDBCA 2024-00091, located on 2100 Bellevue Avenue, Zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking a variance to the infill lot and building standards to allow for a smaller rear setback. So the subject site is located on the western side of the city in the West Side neighborhood. Highlighted in yellow is the current house that sits on the property. And these are pictures of what this house looks like right now. And this is the site plan. So there is a proposed 2-story addition to the back of the lot with a new drive. And this is what it will look like. So this is a variance of 21.5 feet to the infill residential lot and building standards to permit a rear setback of 8.5 feet on the subject site. So the requirement is 30 feet. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the other houses in the context area do not have such setbacks. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in the sign, and that concludes my presentation.
Board members, any questions for city staff?
It's just the one variance for the setback?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you bring that plan up one more time if you wouldn't mind, Stephanie?
Yes. This back here.
So the western portion until we got that 30 feet. If it wasn't encroaching, this would be a non-issue. We have no issues from the
Yeah.
north side. Okay. Board members, any other questions for staff at this time? Why should we grant your request today?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Aaron March with the Rouse Fritz White Goss Law Firm here today on the behalf of the applicant, Mr. Noel Smith, who's here to my right. First off, we have met with all of the neighbors. We went door to door, starting 6 months ago, and more recently, this past weekend, we actually scheduled a neighborhood meeting in addition to door, sent letters out to the neighbors within 350 feet. Noel sat there at his house and nobody showed up. We didn't ask for one, but today we received an unsolicited letter of support from one of the neighbors that lives behind us on Jarbo. It's not notarized, well, though we did provide it to staff. And in that letter, Ms. Colleen Hernandez indicated that not only she, but everybody in the neighborhood supported the request. I have a PowerPoint presentation if you'd like to see it, but the issue really is we want to expand to allow for an additional dwelling unit. Our neighbor to the west, who is most impacted by the setback, lives significantly up because of the grade on 21st Street. If you know the west side of town, lots of hills. The house to our west is way up high on the hill, and it will actually look over us completely when we finish the addition, and they have no issues or concerns. So if it's your pleasure to see the PowerPoint presentation, I'm happy to make that. Otherwise, we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Board members, did you want to see the presentation? Maybe briefly, if you wouldn't mind. I guess I have one question. What will be, I know it's just an addition, what are the proposed functions for this addition?
This is a second dwelling unit where Mr. Knowles will be planning on living, Mr. Smith will be planning on living there, and other either family members or non-related parties would be living in the current portion of the house. So we could quickly run through the next slide. That's the existing house, and you can see in the next slide, you can see the house of our neighbor immediately to the west, how it rises up on 21st Street above us and behind. Next slide. That's the area that we own today upon which the addition would be built.
And I guess to pause you one moment, this is exhibit number 10?
It's the PowerPoint listed as exhibit number 9.
That's our PowerPoint.
Their PowerPoint. So
Well, then
we'll admit yours is number 10.
Yeah, since I got
Sorry,
it
you can
after
proceed.
staff report, yeah.
I'd like to offer exhibit number 10.
It is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. This is that slide's looking down the hill to the east on 21st Street. Again, the grades are pretty significant. That's the farm, if you will, immediately to the west, immediately to the north of us. And that's the context of the built environment, houses with very small setbacks, totally around us. You're looking to the northeast from our property line. And again, now you can really see the grade and the house of our neighbor to the west, who clearly will is well above our finished floor.
Stephanie, there are no other stipulations since this is another dwelling unit, since it's connected, it is just the rear yard setback.
Yes, it's an attached accessory dwelling unit.
So, sorry, this is technically a rear yard, but since it's a corner lot, it almost looks like a side yard.
Yes, so the code states that on corner lots, the front yard is determined basically by the narrowest side of the lot abutting a street. So that would be the side on Bellevue Avenue. So that would be the front yard technically.
So if it was not at this kind of corner condition, what would that number be for the setback?
If it was considered a side setback, it would be either 5 feet or 10% of the lot width, which is about 13 feet or 5 feet.
So in that kind of context, it's closer to what the standard site would be.
Yeah, when I see this variance for the setback, it seems really large, but when you think about the fact that it's a corner lot, it makes a little more sense. But
Board members, any other questions? Not, I would entertain a motion.
And you haven't heard any neighbor opposition?
We've only had neighborhood support.
Sure, I'll make a motion. On docket item 11, case number 91, I move that we grant the request to approve the variance.
Second.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Good luck
Thank you
with your
very
project.
much. Thank you.
Now we have docket item number 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-99. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards plus any other additional variances in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 0.08 acres, generally located at 1842 Mercer Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are part of the applicant team, please raise your hand on Zoom now, or any other parties who wishes to participate in the public hearing, or approach the microphone. They don't appear to be online.
All right, can we hold on this one as well and see if we can get a hold of them and move on to the next case? All right.
We have docket item 13. This is case CD BZA 2024-104. This is a request to approve a special exception in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, to permit a fence to be greater than 4 feet in height, plus any additional variances on about 0.29 acres, generally located at 4836 Northeast Chateau Drive. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We do have someone raising their hand.
That'll be him.
Mike? Okay. The username is just all over the place. Anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony, please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone. Mike is connected.
Schumacher, which I think was a previous.
OSU Mike 1965 is the username.
Mike, can you turn on your camera?
Working on it.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Good morning.
Perfect. Good morning. Can I have you raise your right hand? Can you state the name for your court reporter?
Michael McConnell.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I will.
Have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
Yes.
Do you have any issues with the exhibits identified? Exhibits 1 through 10? No issues with those exhibits, sir?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Those are admitted. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to provide testimony?
No one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
All right, we'll turn it over to city staff for the presentation.
Okay, good morning, board members. We have docket 13, CD BZA 2024-104 at 4836 Northeast Chateau Drive. This is an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a fence height of 6 feet in the front yard of the subject site. That is not the direct location of the site. It'll be further north. This is a closer look at the property itself. You'll see that it the entrance to the property is off of Northeast Chateau Drive, but it's a double frontage lot, so it also has frontage off of North Chateau Traffic Way. This is the site plan. You'll see the driveway and the house, and then the proposed fence around the property. The following slides are of fences elsewhere in the neighborhood and nearby that have 6-foot fences. These are provided by the applicant. The request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard to permit a fence to be 6 feet in height on the subject site. Again, that is due to it being a double frontage lot off of 2 roads. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Properties in the applicant's specific neighborhood don't generally see fences in excess of 4 feet. However, it needs to be noted, as you saw in the previous images, that there are numerous properties in the area that have these double frontage situations that do have fences in excess of 4 feet. Whether these received special exceptions or not, I do not know. But it is to be noted that they exist. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And that concludes my presentation.
Can you go back to your aerial plan?
Yes,
The
then
satellite
just a
imagery.
moment.
Okay, so the double frontage is because there's the road on either side.
Right.
Okay. So if
And
this was any other scenario that did not have a road abutting it, it would be fine having the 6 feet.
that's correct.
Board members, any other questions for city staff? Right. Mr. McConnell, why should we approve your request today?
Well, I'm requesting a hardship variance on here. I'm 77 years old. I'm a disabled veteran. I can't keep this dog outside all the time on a tether, which city ordinance requires. I would just like to put a 6-foot fence where there's a 3.5-foot fence now, and that would protect me and the dog and anybody on Shoto Traffic Way that he might jump over the fence and cause a problem with.
What materiality are you proposing? Is this a fully opaque fence? Is it wooden or is it iron that you could see through it?
Chain link. I would be replacing a 3.5-foot chain link with a 6-foot chain link.
If I'm not mistaken, there's an HOA here, right? Have you talked to
The
them?
HOA has said that I can erect a fence no higher than 6 feet. They have no problem with it. In fact, they're perplexed by this whole thing, talking about 2 front yards. It doesn't seem to serve much purpose. By that logic, I could have 2 addresses or 2 driveways. So I'm not even sure what the purpose of this code is.
I will say I did receive a phone call from someone asking about that. I imagine they're probably part of the homes association to some degree. I did my best to explain it to them, but as described, it's a unique situation. It's sometimes difficult to understand.
The
Yeah.
city's, oh, sorry. go
I was
for it.
just gonna say, I drive through there all the time, so I think it's bizarre that those are considered front yards.
The city staff see any issue from a safety perspective on this drive having these taller fences along here? Is it sight lines or any issues that would be impacted by this? I know he's proposing chain link, but
Not to my knowledge, Shoto Traffic Way has a fair amount of traffic on it, and it's generally pretty straight. There's not very many blinding sharp curves anywhere, so I don't think it would pose any significant hazard to pedestrians.
I guess a question for the applicant. For current fence, does it go right up to the right of way?
No.
Do your adjacent neighbors also have 6-foot fences?
One 2 houses up does, 2 across the street from me do, a third one across the street and down. One on the front side. There's all kinds of 6-foot fences around here.
but the imagery we're looking at, the adjacent neighbors, the ones right to either side of you, are theirs also 6 feet?
No. The neighbor to the north will, if you approve this, have a new 6-foot fence.
I'm just one board member, but I think the front yard classification here is merely a technicality, and I think it would be better not just for him, but for the neighborhood for there to be a 6-foot fence there.
Comments, questions? Not, I'd entertain a motion.
On docket item 13, case number 104, I move that we grant the request to approve the special exception.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Anna, please call the roll.
Torrance.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Opposed. Your motion passes. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. I would request that you consider changing this code. It really doesn't seem to serve any useful purpose.
That is noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have we heard from docket number 12?
Applicant. No.
No? Okay, we will continue on to 14 then.
Okay. Okay. Docket item number 14. This is case CD SUP 2024-15. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a parking lot expansion in District R-6, which is a residential zoning district on about 17.01 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Main Street and West 57th Street. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us.
Hello, please raise your right hand. State your name for the court reporter.
Babette Macy, representing the applicant, St. Teresa's Academy.
Dan Waymueller, representing the applicant.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes,
Yes.
And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
we have, and we're in agreement with all the staff report and conditions.
Perfect. Condition or exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Anna, do we have any public testimony?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Great.
If you want to approach the microphone.
I'm Sandy Eads and I represent the opposition.
Okay, can you raise your right hand and state your name again for the court reporter?
Yes, Sandy Eads,
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you.
Next.
Bring us all in.
Yes. I figure we would just get everybody at once, if that's okay.
Hello.
There.
What did you need? from me?
Your name?
Susan Burnett,
Can you raise your right hand?
other right hand.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Thank you.
Hi, Jason Orr.
Jason, okay, maybe I'll have each of you state your name and I'll swear all of you in.
Sounds good.
There's a few of you here. Okay, Jason.
Brandon McManamy.
Tom Usher.
Vicky Notice.
Perfect. Okay, if you would all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
I do from everyone. All right, we'll call you up when we're ready for public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there's one more individual.
Oh, one more online.
who's just raised their hand. Tom.
Tom, do you have a camera?
They've not accepted the promotion yet. They are connected.
There, Tom, do you have a camera? There, I think that's coming. Perfect. Can I have you raise your right hand? And state your name for the court reporter? You are muted, sir. Do you have the ability to unmute?
There's also, okay, last call for individuals online who wish to participate. So we've got 2 more.
Tom, you are still muted.
Chris online and John McGurk online.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Perfect. All right. So we have Tom, and then Chris and John.
Correct.
I see Chris's camera. And then do we have John?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Do you have a camera as well?
I do, but I'm driving.
Okay,
I'm gonna
please
park
be
here in a
safe
second.
and yeah, all right. If you would all raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
I do.
Please each state your name for the court reporter.
Tom McGee.
McGurk, and then Chris.
Chris Newman.
Okay, is that all public testimony? All right, we'll turn it over to city staff for the presentation.
Great. Good afternoon. Larissa Chomby, City Planning and Development, and I'll share my screen and get started. All right, as was previously mentioned, this is a special use permit for St. Teresa's Academy located at 5600 Main Street. This is just a picture of the site highlighting where the proposed parking lot will be. It is located on the southern end of the property along West 57th Terrace. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant showing that project location in a darker shade. And I have highlighted on this slide the parking summary stalls with the stall dimensions. It was a condition that was required prior to the Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting, so they have completed that edit. This is a picture showing just the dimensions of those parking stalls. And the applicant did work with staff to provide a safe crosswalk from the main entrance across the street to where there's a sidewalk located. The applicant is providing more than sufficient landscaping around the parking lot to shield the surrounding neighborhood from the headlights of the cars. At the City Plan Commission hearing, there was also discussion regarding the street trees along 57th Street and the preservation of those. So the applicant did include a cloud on the revised landscape plan, saying that all of the existing trees along 57th Street will be preserved. Additionally, at the City Plan Commission hearing, staff and the City Plan Commission edited condition number 2 to just ensure that that language is there and to allow for the affidavit when it is ready for the landscaping that those trees are preserved and healthy. There's some approval criteria for this special use permit. This application does comply with all applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. Back in 2010, the property got a variance approval for parking in the front yard. At the time, it was determined that there was 2 front yards, one on 57th and one on 58th. And so there was no mention of number of parking stalls, so they are allowed to expand their parking lot on 57th Street. And it is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. The proposed parking lot will add 58 parking stalls to the property, which will remove parking off the streets and will be in similar hours of operation as the school, and has worked with the school and the neighborhood to come to certain agreements on reducing the number of cars or students that are allowed to drive to school and park there, increased changed where the teachers park in relation to where the students park, moving some stuff around and hopefully removing as many students off the side of the street as possible. Here is a view off of the corner of Main Street and West 57th Street, looking at where the parking lot will be located. This is a view of the entrance to St. Teresa's Academy. The access to the site is not changing for this parking lot. And one of the conditions that I mentioned previously was condition number 7. That's one that we need to remove. It has been completed and the condition was not removed prior to the publication of the staff report. So need to update that. And with that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions. And I can answer any questions.
Or any questions for city staff?
And two more items, at the time, after the publication of the staff report, staff received additional public testimony. So that is labeled as exhibit number 11, and that is located on Compass. And there is a PowerPoint presentation for public testimony. So whenever we get to that portion, in order to keep it organized, the neighborhood did prepare one. So that,
If it's a presentation that does not need to be notarized, but if they're letters, those would be, how would that be?
The individuals who are here are giving the presentation does not have to be notarized, but yes, the letters do.
and all of the letters included in exhibit 10 and exhibit 11 are notarized.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Staff.
So they got a special use permit a long time ago for this parking lot, is that correct? And they're just asking to expand it, or what was, I'm sorry, I might be confused.
That's okay. They are legally established use, so they're required to have a special use permit. They met the criteria for the major amendment, and which is why you're seeing the project. They went through a variance approval process back in 2010 to allow for the parking to be located in the front yard, and I can pull up the site plan to let you know where it's at.
And so is that initial one as our time frame up? Was it like a
No,
15-year
hang on.
permit that would allow that?
This, where it says project location, it's but not highlighted in the dark gray. That was where the previous variance was approved for. They're expanding it, and so this dark gray area that you see here, that is this expansion, and that was in, they're allowed to expand into their front yard due to the language in the variance from 2010.
Okay, so that variance then was just giving in perpetuity that they would give that flexibility. Okay.
Correct.
Don't have any other questions for city staff at this time. We can move on to the applicant. Why should we approve your request today?
Great, thank you. We do have a short PowerPoint presentation for you, highlighting some of the aspects of the project. First, I want to thank Larissa for her work with us on the project, and thanks to the board for considering our project.
So before you continue, so that'll be exhibit number 11,
11.
and that will be admitted.
12. 11 is the additional public testimony on Compass Casey.
Okay. Okay, well, it's supposed to be number 12 then.
Okay, sure. As I mentioned, my name's Babette Macy on behalf of the applicant with my colleague Dan Waymuller. We also have, the school has consultants involved in the project, which is SK Design, just ran in the nick of time, and Multi-Studio for landscape architecture. We also have the applicant online, Chris Newman. Today's the first day of school, so given the timing of the agenda, we had him join via Zoom. So we are here today to ask for your approval of our special use permit to build the 50-space parking lot, extending the parking lot on the south side of the campus. St. Teresa's, like many schools, are adapting to challenges that many of us in this room have never had to face, which are safety and security issues for our campus to protect students, faculty, and staff from individuals that may choose to bring harm to those on campus. That is the reason for extending this parking lot for 50 spaces. A little over a year ago, St. Teresa's security team did an evaluation of the campus with respect to safety and security, and areas of attention were identified by the school's administration. We began implementing these changes in this parking lot as one of the changes associated with that safety audit we did. One specific area of concern that is under consideration today is the number of cars that are parked off campus. Go to the next one. Thank you. This is an aerial of the campus. You'll note north is to the left. We have 3 areas of access, 3 parking, 1 along Main Street. I'll use this little cursor right here. There's an access point here with parking in here. We have an area on Wyandotte on the west side with parking over here. And then the largest parking is on the south side off of 57th Street. So we have 3 areas of access on the campus currently. There's not enough parking right now to accommodate all the students and staff on campus. What has been occurring is there's been a number of staff and students that park down here and off of Wyandotte in the neighboring streets, and then also up along on the east side of Main. And then there are a number of cars that park on the west side of Main and the east side of Wyandotte. So the purpose of, as I mentioned, the security audit was to get those cars on campus. As I mentioned, St. Teresa's hired a civil engineer, SK Design, to present the school with a number of concepts. We looked at, evaluated them all and chose the 50 stall concept. There are concepts all the way from 90 cars to 40, 42 cars. We felt that this was a good balance. It's not going to bring all the cars that we need to on campus, but it's going to make a significant dent in our challenge. We felt that this option allowed us to preserve a number of green space still on campus, also to protect trees that we knew the neighbors wanted us to protect. And Larissa indicated there is a special condition for those trees along 57th Street that we will protect with this. We also worked with our landscape architect, Multi-Studio, to do some extensive landscaping based on neighborhood feedback. Go to the next one, please. Thank you. Back to the aerial showing the parking lot now addition. You'll note that there still is green space off on the corner where there's existing trees of Main and 57th. And then there are trees along 57th in the easement that we'll also work to preserve. The design is a little funky, and the reason is because there's some trees, some large established trees that we will work to protect with this parking lot design. Okay. Just wanted to share a timeline and events. We've been working on this project for really most of 2024. We've had several milestones with public engagement. As I mentioned, we worked on the concept development with SK Design and Multi-Studio. We did some neighborhood engagement. They indicated they'd like more landscaping to protect from streetlights. They also indicated they would like their trees protected on 57th. We selected the 50 space concept, and then we went and did formal meetings with both homes associations, which was Countryside Homes Association to the north and Warnell Homestead to the south. Through those engagements, there were neighbors that asked to have some additional conversations. So we continued those conversations through May and really April and May. And with those conversations, we decided to hire a traffic consultant to look at how we park on campus, how drop off and pickup occurs on campus, given neighbors' concerns. So that was one issue that happened during our planning commission, and then we were able to report on that in the planning commission meeting. Next slide, please. Thank you. Relating to the criteria of the special use permit, we just wanted to let you know that we did look at all 5 conditions. With condition A, we are in compliance, as Larissa indicated. Condition B, the addition of the parking lot will improve, we believe, the general welfare of the surrounding neighborhood by reducing the number of cars parking on the side streets. St. Teresa's will be improving the operational aspects of the drop-off and pickup times, which will improve the current conditions for the public. I'll go into a little bit more detail about that in just a moment. With C, the design is compatible. The concept chosen allows for more cars to be parked on campus, but also saves existing trees and provides an enhanced landscape plan based on the neighborhood feedback. With D, parking lot will be compatible with existing school hours of operation. Lighting and traffic have been addressed in our plan. We've been very considerate of that, listened to the neighbors, worked with staff to make sure that would all work out in accordance with the wishes of both. In E, pedestrian safety will be improved with more cars moving to campus from surrounding streets. And Larissa did indicate that we are placing a crosswalk across 57th Street to the sidewalk. On to the next, please. I just wanted to touch base a little bit more on the neighborhood meetings. As you can imagine, the neighbors on the Wyandotte side are in support of this project, while the neighbors on the 57th Street side have concerns about it. So we have had a number of meetings with both. Primarily, in the latter part of our project has been with the neighbors of 57th Street, which I believe those are the members in the audience. We have worked with them on trying to reach some compromises in a number of areas. We believe our change in the way we're going to operate our drop off and pickup. Currently, our drop off and pickup comes through the 57th Street side. I think comes through the entrance on 57th, comes along and drops off right in front of this building, Winmore. Through our discussions with the neighborhood, we're going to move our drop off and pickup once the parking lot is constructed over to Main Street side. The drop off and pickup will come across here. It's about 140 cars in the morning based on our traffic study, and about 90 in the afternoon. So that is removing that traffic from 57th. A concern of the neighbors we heard in our meetings is they were worried the 50 cars were going to increase the number of traffic on 57th Street. So this is an effort to reduce that. We've also changed the way we're going to park on campus. Currently, all students parking will be in this area based on the neighborhood's comments. We're going to shift our staff parking, which is over here, over into this parking lot, and our visitor parking, which is over here and over here, into this parking lot to hopefully eliminate all of the students leaving and arriving at the same time. We'll shift them using our multiple access points from the 3 areas of the campus. This, as I mentioned, we had the traffic engineer, Cloud Valley, do the study for us. I've spoken about, I think, everything on these bullets. We will have new and improved wayfinding signage. That's also been an issue the neighbors have brought to our attention. That will be incorporated with the construction of the parking lot. The administration has also made some changes. They're going to require a permit for all cars, regardless if they're parking on campus or not. That way we can identify St. Teresa's cars. We're also, the administration is conducting incentives for carpooling. We're adding 8 additional bike racks. As I mentioned, we're redistributing the parking lot, the drop off and pickup. We're adding a security personnel to man the 57th Street exit to watch traffic along that 57th Street and to really guide traffic to do right in only or right out exit only to allow traffic to flow better there. We have a student-led initiative that started last year that will be implemented this year. We're very excited about. It's a program that's encouraging biking and carpooling to campus. They're also going to work with the idling cars of people doing drop off and pickup, which we hope that will also improve the situation with the neighborhood. Just touching base again on the 3 access points and then redistributing the parking, as I mentioned. And then just really in summary, we want to let you know that we have done a significant amount of community engagement. While we realize we can satisfy all the concerns, we have worked with the neighborhood and will continue to work with the neighborhood as we move forward with different improvements around our campus. We believe that the improved operating characteristics of the parking lot will also facilitate not only improvement for the neighborhood, but a more improvement for the school as well. We appreciate the neighborhood working with us because it's allowed us to have some improvements in operational improvements for our campus as well. We've instituted programs for parking management, and then we're also using our 3 access points, as I mentioned, in a different way for our parking. Just highlighting that we did receive approval from staff and we've received unanimous approval from the Planning Commission. And we're here to answer any questions.
Board, any questions for the applicant? We can move on to the public testimony.
Yep. Sandy, you're first.
Good morning. There we go. Okay, so my name's Sandy Eads. I live at 11 East 57th Street. Thanks for considering our testimony today. We represent neighbors from Memorial Homestead Homes Association and Countryside Homes Association who are directly impacted by activities occurring at St. Teresa's Academy. Our comments today address ongoing concerns regarding the issuance of a special use permit to allow construction of a new parking lot on the southeast portion of their site. We are restating for the record that there is no opposition to constructing a parking lot. It is the lack of consideration for traffic volumes, congestion, speeds affecting pedestrian and driver safety outside the site that is of ongoing concern. In addition to not eliminating student parking on the street, the proposed placement of the lot also encroaches on residents to the south more than necessary. The initial hearing before the City Plan Commission resulted in a continuance of the case conditioned on the Academy's holding meetings with affected neighbors, which was the first time it occurred. These meetings were to receive input on the project with the intent, and I would emphasize, in a collaborative fashion, of satisfying any valid concerns from the neighbors. 3 meetings were held after the initial hearing with representatives of both the homes associations who joined the site and the Academy. We took time to identify our mutual goals and reach a general agreement on what those goals were. We offered a variety of options to address design and operation concerns, and while it seemed we were being heard, each meeting ended with no willingness on the Academy's part to budge on the proposed design. Slide 3, please. There are 4 additional conditions we are seeking from the Board of Zoning Adjustment regarding the Academy's special use permit. Others will offer their comments and support. One is increasing the parking setback on 57th Street in respect of the homeowners across the street. 2 is inclusion of sidewalks in certain locations to improve access and safety for students as well as nearby residents. The 3rd is removal of the mid-block crosswalk near the campus entrance. And the 4th is to reduce the special use permit term from 5 years to 2. During the 3 meetings we held with the Academy and the neighborhood, the Academy offered a variety of policies and procedures to mitigate concerns regarding traffic behaviors, off-site parking issues, and others. There was consensus between the parties that the implementation of such measures would be welcomed. However, it is reasonable to expect it might take some time to see what ideas would work and what adjustments might be needed. We were given to understand that because of the delay in the approval of the special use permit, the summer construction window would push the project to 2025. So we suggested using the intervening year to try out these new policies. In the final meeting, we were surprised to hear that was the Academy's intent to begin construction immediately pending approval of the special use permit. So this is our justification for a reduction from 5 to 2 years. During the period we met with the Academy, we uncovered a copy of their draft master plan. It is unclear if it has any impact on the current parking lot in question. We were also given, prior to the second meeting, a copy of the traffic study submitted to the Academy in mid-June, which offers recommendations regarding safety, traffic, and pedestrian access issues. These recommendations generally align with our priorities, but are not, however, part of the current project's design. Neither of these 2 design-related efforts have had any neighborhood input. In conclusion, we're not asking for unreasonable accommodations in constructing this project. We've offered several options and ideas based on the input from experienced architects and planners. Support the excellent institution that is St. Teresa's Academy and look for a higher and more timely degree of collaboration in the future. We appreciate your consideration of these issues. Thank you.
Season?
Hi, I'm Tom Usher. I live at 29 West 57th Street. I'm also on 57th Street, but I want to be clear that this is more than just the people on 57th Street. So I want to set that straight. I'm also president of the Memorial Homestead Homes Association. and and a design professional. And I'm here to speak in opposition to the plan and recommend a few minor tweaks, mainly related to the parking lot. First, let me say in 2010, I believe it was, when the parking in the front yard was approved, I stood in favor of that in maybe on the 14th floor, but it had a 140-foot setback. And that's a lot different than 30 feet. So, you know, I don't know that I would not have stood in support of that project with a 30-foot setback for sure. It's a known fact that there are 166 spaces using that single entrance on 57th Street. And the students, it's a known fact they don't use it if they have to be somewhere after school because it takes them too long to get in and out. A second entry was suggested, but again, as Sandy said, St. Teresa was unwilling to entertain any changes to the drawings, which in fact were completed before they ever initiated any of the public meetings. So they had the project done and have been unwilling to change it because they incur design fees and whatnot. Adding another 50 vehicles is another 25% increase and just makes the traffic and congestion even worse on 57th Street. I'd like the BZA to consider reducing the parking capacity to 40 cars, which they can do that by increasing the 30-foot setback to 50 feet. That matches the setback that's on Main Street now, and it generally matches the setback of the houses along 57th Street as well. Increasing the setback also preserves existing large mature trees that you'll see in the grading plan that there's a considerable bit right here. They're getting up underneath the drip line of the trees there with a considerable amount of earth and fill, and that may not immediately kill the tree, but it will stress it out and probably kill it in a few years. And with that, I just ask that you consider adding those conditions. Thank you.
And I think we should clarify of admitting Exhibit 11, which is the additional public testimony on Compass KC, Exhibit 12, which is the St. Teresa's PowerPoint, and then Exhibit 13, which is the public testimony PowerPoint.
Exhibit 13 is also admitted.
And Susan?
Could I have slide 6, please? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Susan Burnett. I live on Wyandotte next to St. Teresa's, so I'm directly impacted by alterations to the STA campus. Slide 7, please. The sidewalk, which goes around the north end of campus, was only built by STA because the city required it as part of STA's 2010 build-out. The campus perimeter along Wyandotte, 57th, and Main Street, where at least 110 students park on street to avoid the traffic bottleneck at the 57th Street lot entrance, is in various degrees of deterioration, making it difficult and hazardous for students to safely get into or out of their vehicles. If STA is concerned about their students' safety, they should build sidewalks which provide safe passage to and from vehicles parked on curb as recommended by their own traffic study. Slide number 8, please. The completion of a campus perimeter sidewalk won't endanger existing trees. There is long precedent throughout the city of sidewalks being built around existing trees. Completing the campus sidewalk would also connect STA's campus with the already existing ADA curb ramps on 57th at Main and Wyandotte, and on Wyandotte up at Westover. A city traffic engineer advised concerned neighbors in 2023 that a crosswalk could not be installed from Wyandotte to campus until STA builds a sidewalk on their side for it to connect to. Considering that an increasing number of students park along the Westover curb westward towards Warnell, if STA is truly concerned about their students' safety, then surely they'd want to make this work a priority. Building a crosswalk in the middle of 57th Street creates a new traffic hazard in an already dangerous area. It does not enhance safety of anyone, pedestrians or drivers. STA's staff have explicitly stated that they won't restrict the number of students allowed to drive to school and that on-street parking is outside STA's jurisdiction, so they're not going to address the problems created by it. STA's lack of planning regarding this project, insufficient number of spaces, no increase of lot entrances, and no plan for completing the peripheral sidewalk contradicts their claims about being green and safety concerns. If STA is truly concerned about student safety, one compromise would be to set the SUP term for 1 to 2 years, make STA complete the peripheral sidewalk first and see how that affects their needs and plans, and then at the end of that term, decide whether to amend or continue with the parking lot. Thank you for your time.
Brandon?
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon McManamy. I live at 21 West 57th Street. And I would like to request the mid-block crosswalk on 57th Street be eliminated from the plan and not approved for multiple reasons. 57th Street is not equipped for ADA compliance. This crosswalk is an ill-advised idea that does not solve problems. It would actually create additional hazards. Slide 10, please. First, 57th Street is not equipped for an ADA compliant crosswalk. I'm not an architect or an engineer, but several in the neighborhood are. My understanding is that the slope of a street for ADA compliance cannot exceed 5 degrees. Our calculations show that 57th Street is 6 degrees. To add a crosswalk at that spot would be more than painting stripes. It'd require the street to be regraded many tens of feet uphill and downhill from the crosswalk. It's a negative impact for all the neighbors who drive this street every day and a tremendous waste of city funds. The next slide, please. Second, this crosswalk doesn't solve any problems or benefits. I've lived at my house at 21 West, directly across from the main entrance of St. Teresa's for 20 years. In all of those years, the only times I've ever seen anyone cross the street at that spot were my own 2 daughters who attended St. Teresa's. Most students don't park on 57th Street since a lot of the street is marked as no parking. If students do park on the street, they don't walk to the main entrance. They park on the campus side of the street and walk across the grass. A mid-block crosswalk will have little to no benefit for St. Teresa's students, staff, faculty. It doesn't solve any parking issues and will literally be a crosswalk for no one. Finally, a crosswalk here has the potential to create additional hazards. With parking lot capacity of 166 spots and potentially 40 to 50 more, cars literally going every direction during the drop-off and pickup, intentionally inviting pedestrians into the middle of all that congestion just does not make logical sense. Also, a crosswalk has the potential to create even more backup in the parking lot, causing further delays and potential hazards on the surrounding streets. For all of these reasons, I respectfully ask that you do not approve the mid-block crosswalk as it is proposed in the plan. Thank you.
Jason?
Good afternoon. There are many people on record. Slide 13, please. 13. There are many people on record who have expressed opposition to the St. Teresa's parking lot expansion. On Monday, August 12th, after final plans and staff report were available to public, our committee asked neighbors to review the final plans and determine their position. Within 24 hours, 30 people signed notarized letters to BZA stating their opposition to the final plan. These 30 people are directly impacted by this project and live within 500 feet of the STA campus. Their letters have been submitted and included in the record. All 30 people are in accord with the following as it relates to BZA requirements in the staff report B, C, D, and E. The parking lot expansion is only in the interest of St. Teresa's and is not in the interest of public convenience. The plan will have a significant adverse impact on the safety and general welfare of the neighborhood and pedestrian safety and comfort. The plan will increase traffic volume and will not keep students from parking on adjacent streets. The plan is not compatible with the character of the surrounding area. The plan will eliminate 2/3 of an acre of green space and large mature trees. Next slide, please. Directly impacted neighbors who oppose the project should outweigh any support from non-HOA residents or people who reside more than 500 feet of the project site. I know that might sound arbitrary, but most, if not all, of the adverse activity generated by STA occurs within this area. We are aware of only a handful of people in the record that support STA parking lot expansion within this 500 feet. In this map, it shows that there are 40 households who oppose the project that live within 500 feet of the project site. It also shows a strong consensus of residents adjacent to the project site who oppose the parking lot expansion. Clearly, the opposition outweighs support for the parking lot expansion. Thank you for your time.
Vicki?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Vicki Notice. I don't live on 57th Street. I live on 55th Terrace on the east side of the school. The reason we were asking for the our fourth condition is to reduce the size of the permit. And the reason we're asking for that is that after our meetings that the Plan Commission asked them to have with us, we had some lengthy meetings, but at the end of them, as Sandy said, they've said they won't change their application at all. But in those discussions, there was some positive discussions about the administrative and policy issues, like carpooling and the ID tags and the drop off and pickup change. And their engineering report supported that as well. The Plan Commission thought those were good ideas, but frankly, the city has no purview over that. There's no way to hold them accountable for that. Our track record in the past has been that there's been promises like that, but don't ever happen. So we don't have a guarantee that those are a good enough substitute for removing or not doing the parking lot in the first place, because frankly, it just makes existing problems worse. This is about mediating conflicting interests in the public good. After some of these meetings, they basically have told us it's our property and we can do what we want. If that were true, they wouldn't need a special use permit. And I wouldn't need one to put a gas station on my lot either. This should be viewed in the whole context and the whole series of zoning, or the context of our zoning. So we narrowed our 4 concerns down to the 4 we've mentioned: reduce the size of the parking lot, which changes the setback. Complete the sidewalks, get rid of the crosswalk because it doesn't really serve any purpose and makes things worse at the entrance, and reduce the time frame on the special use permit from 5 years down to 2. We don't oppose a parking lot, and we don't oppose St. Teresa's and their primary mission of education. No one's contesting their value. The problem is the lot as it's configured in this application is not going to solve the problems that the land use creates just naturally. With that many cars coming, most of them only have 1 person in them. We're hoping the carpooling thing would cut that down. Their event parking is a real problem when it's not just the regular school day. And those guests that come park all over our street, other streets, because they think it's a shortcut and they don't use the big parking lot. I think we submitted photos that show how packed the street is, but on the same day, there's hardly any cars in the lot. People don't know that that's where they're supposed to park, so they go to the shortest place. St. Teresa's, well, we don't think we're asking for the moon on this. We think these are reasonable things to add to the conditions that can make this better for everybody. Their own traffic study agrees with the same things we offered them at our meetings. And the key thing, I think, is St. Teresa's is an institutional land use that sits on the border of 2 historic neighborhoods. It's a very similar situation that like UMKC has, the Nelson Atkins has the same issue, Rockhurst has the same issue, and they've solved theirs by setting up a neighborhood council that they work with on an ongoing basis. That even helps in their master planning, which we would like to do as St. Teresa moves forward with theirs. We think there can be a positive urban setting that works for everybody. And it's not that hard to do. The problem is they surprised everybody with this. They were done with it when they showed it to us. And so they're not wanting to make any changes at this point and think they probably won't have to. In fact, if they're going to do the master plan and we are going to be involved, which would be good, it might be better to hold the parking lot off until the whole master plan is done and you can look at how the whole thing fits together. Most of these other parking lots, nobody knows about them unless it's an event day. And so I think we welcome the idea that now they say they're willing to do all these things, the carpooling and all the other policy issues. So first we've heard that they're committed to doing that, but there's no way to enforce that through a special use permit. So we're asking for 4 conditions to be added in the staff report. If you're inclined to approve this today, we'd like to have those added. I think if you want to consider the term limit as a way that they could experiment with these programs, because they're not all going to work right away. In fact, today, I guess it was a real zoo out by the parking lot, that we could work together on which ones are working best and which combinations work best through that 2 years. And then after that, if we are being involved in the master planning process, then we would come back and those programs are working, then we would come back and support an extension on the 2 years to more time. Thank you.
Tom, online?
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a nearly 30-year resident of Countryside neighborhood. Have had a daughter attend St. Teresa's Academy, and I've spent 30 years in the development business doing projects in this area. And I'm very familiar with how challenging it can be to have improvements and development occur in an infill area and satisfy the concerns and interests of adjacent neighbors. I do want to clarify one thing. I attended Countryside's annual meeting in April. At that meeting, St. Teresa's gave a complete presentation of their plans for the project. So it's unfortunate that there appears to be some mistrust that's built up here, but I just wanted to clarify for the record that there were outreach by St. Teresa's to the neighborhood associations very early on in this process. From what I can gather from what has transpired here, St. Teresa's has made a good faith effort to address neighborhood concerns relating to traffic. I don't see any basis for a special use permit imposing additional obligations on St. Teresa's to make other improvements like a sidewalk. Those can certainly be things that get addressed later on. And with respect to the policies that St. Teresa's is adopting and the lack of enforcement, there's going to be the potential for ongoing interaction with the neighborhood. And there's going to be a need, and I'm sure a desire on the part of St. Teresa's to work with the neighborhood and therefore comply with the policies that they're adopting to try to address neighborhood concerns. So in summary, I would encourage the board to approve St. Teresa's special use permit to build the additional parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I was just notified that Chris Newman is a part of the applicant team. So unless if he has something to say, I can skip to John McGurk.
Yes, this is John. I'm parked now, so I'm safe. So thank you for letting me do that without my camera on. If I do need to swear in again, just let me know if you need me to raise my right hand. My wife Katie and I are residents of the Countryside neighborhood. We live at 53rd and Warnell, where we've been there for 10 years, and we're raising our 3 kids there. We have 2 kids that are at Visitation Catholic School just to the north, along Wyandotte from St. Teresa's. And we have a young daughter who will be going to Visitation and probably St. Teresa's in the future. And in addition, we are hosting an international exchange student this year, Carlotta, who is starting today at St. Teresa's. So we have a long history and connection with the neighborhood. I'm excited for St. Teresa's to do this project. Frankly, Wyandotte and Westover are hugely trafficked corridor for our Visitation students that both live and play in the neighborhood. Frankly, my kids, as they've walked to friends' houses after school, myself in the mornings and in the afternoons, leaving and coming from the house, have had some close calls along Wyandotte with some of the students parking along there. Frankly, I'd like to see more of the cars taken off Wyandotte and Westover onto campus, but I understand compromises have to be made, and the lot has been downsized from probably what they were originally hoping for. But I would strongly encourage the board to approve this special use permit. I know it'll make the neighborhood safer for all of our kids that kind of play and traverse that Wyandotte corridor going to and from school at Visitation. So happy to answer any questions, but here in support of St. Teresa's.
Thank you.
There is one more person who's raised their hand while we've been having public testimony, and then Chris does want to speak.
Okay. Let's admit them if there's just one.
Okay. Last one, Robert.
I believe Robert is part of the consulting team with Multi-Studio. So he probably was going to speak to the trees.
Okay, Chris.
Sure. So Babette did a good job of summarizing a lot of the mitigating things that we agreed to do, the right turn only, the incentives for carpooling students, being able to have students staggered the leave time and have them be focused on the 57th Street exit. And also the reallocating the 50 additional spots where the students are parking to the other two lots to keep the number of students exiting at the same amount, while moving the pickup and drop off out of that should actually reduce the number. So that's been mentioned. Also wanted to mention something that Vicky brought up about event parking. Had a conversation with our assistant athletic director yesterday to amend our communication to ensure that guests are using the parking lot and not using the neighborhoods to park. Other than that, I think our comments that the team made summarize my thoughts.
Thank you. Board members, questions for the applicant or provided testimony?
I guess I do have a question from staff. Would you mind pulling up that opposition presentation? Specifically, I want to look at the map.
Okay. Of opposition or the?
Yeah,
just
the
site
map of
plan?
opposition
Okay.
there. Yeah, that massive opposition there on the face of what is that, 57th? 57th. Yeah, that strikes me as pretty concerning. Like, I think these people sound like they have pretty valid concerns. What I do want to ask of the opposition folks is just some clarity on what exactly the asks are. I took some notes, but if someone could speak to what those are. What I have written down is you want the setback, you want a trank and setback increase to 50 feet, remove the crosswalk, reduce the term to 2 years, and complete some sidewalks.
Correct.
Was there anything else?
No.
Okay.
And I've put those requests on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Could we have the applicant respond to those requests?
Yeah, maybe, thank you. We'd love an opportunity to respond to the testimony. I've taken some notes. We would be, in regards to their conditions, we are agreeable to removing the mid-block crosswalk on 57th Street. That is something that staff asked us to place. We spoke about the sidewalks going down 57th. I think that's why Robert's hand was raised. There's considerable testimony from neighbors regarding those trees. That's where sidewalk would go. Those trees would have to be removed. Neighbors were very adamant. They wanted the trees to stay. In fact, there's a condition in the report where we have to do a study and a validation that those trees will remain. So that is why the crosswalk was proposed by staff, but we are happy to remove that. Regarding the first condition of the parking lot setback to 50 feet, we, as we testified, we chose the condition of 50 parking spaces. We looked at spaces from 96 all the way into, I think, 42 spaces. We felt like this allowed us to satisfy the needs of the campus. I just want to emphasize that this parking lot is really about safety. It's safety for bringing our students on campus, where our security has the control within their campus for security. They do not have access out into the neighborhoods. This was a really high concern for them when they did their evaluation of safety and security on campus. As I mentioned, schools all across the city are having to do very similar things with improving safety and security on their campus. So this is a real high priority. It was a priority for the board to make this happen. We've worked with the neighbors to reach compromise that we feel still satisfies our concerns to try and get as many cars as we can on campus. We're trying to make other operational changes that will hopefully also mitigate the number of cars with incentives for carpooling, all the things that we went over in the presentation. And as Vicky indicated, it is tough for the city to make those issues stand, but Chris Newman and Dr. Shaban May Washington, who's the president of St. Teresa's, testified at CPC. They were going to do everything they can to work with the neighbors, to be accountable to the neighbors. They're fairly new administrative. The concerns that Vicky brought up are with the past administration. working with them myself. I know they're very committed to it. It's part of their core mission to be a good neighbor. They have planned to reach out to the neighborhood and meet with them on a regular basis. So I really feel like those conditions are going to go through. I think they're going to, a good working relationship with the neighbors. I realize that there are neighbors along 57th Street that are opposed, and we heard from them today. I would say that the map, I would question just the fact that are all those names notarized in opposition? We certainly didn't go around and get signatures of everybody that were in support. I think you'll look in your staff report, you will see letters of support, you will see letters of opposition. As we mentioned, it was a tough balance here. Vicky mentioned something about us saying it's our property and we can do what we want. Testifying here under oath, we've never said that. What we have said is that we would like to create a parking lot. We've stayed true to say we want to have a parking lot. We've been open about that. We reached out to the presidents of both homes associations in March to begin the conversation. Tom Escher was the president. We began the conversation with them. And then once our concept was ready, we went with both full homes associations to show those designs, take input. And then we also came back with 2 additional meetings with the homes associations, given the input. So we've had a significant amount of input with the neighbors. I don't think we're going to reach a consensus on how, to get it to where all sides want to agree. I think the confusion regarding the timing of next year at a meeting we had with the neighbors, when Chris Newman, who from the school said next year, he was talking about the school year, which is different than the calendar year. And it was a misunderstanding, but we've always been planning to do this construction as soon as we have the approvals from the city. It's a really high priority for the board, very high priority for the administration. And we ask that with your approval today, we are amenable to removing the crosswalk, but the other 3 conditions we are not in agreement with.
So you're opposed to the 2-year timeframe?
We would, we can go with the 2-year, we're happy to do that, but we would like the 5-year, depending on when we do get this construction, would be the 2-year once it's constructed or 2-year from today.
2 years from when the disposition letter is issued.
Okay. That will work for us.
The disposition letter would be issued 10 days after today.
Oh yeah, construction might not even be complete and your 2 years would already begin.
Correct.
Have there been other options explored? Obviously, the site looks very tight. There's only a couple of spots that you could expand parking at all. Have there been any other concepts that you looked at that found that those were not the best solution, and how you landed where you landed?
You're talking.
We're done taking public testimony, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're talking about the different places on campus or different. We explored this area. This is where from our campus master planning that we determined was the best place for parking. Other areas for the campus are designated for future uses with the campus. So this is where we primarily looked at for parking. You might notice on the top of the screen, Wyandotte, that's a javelin throwing area, track and field activities occur there. And the students use that area for that purpose.
Just looking at this map, is there anything wrong with that area due east of there towards the Donnelly building? Had that been considered?
There's nothing wrong with that area. That area is a large green space which the track and field athletes use for throwing javelin and shot put and things like that.
I think it's referring to the space just to the north of the space proposed.
Correct. Well, this is extending to the south currently, I think. What Mr.
Oh,
Hayes
I'm
is saying is
sorry.
to the north.
Okay.
Oh.
Is that where you were?
Yeah, the orientation is
the orientation will
Okay.
that's all.
Yeah, there is a significant grade change in that area. Yeah, the top topography would be difficult in that area.
You said you plan to shift the main parking entrance to Main Street?
Know that the parking entrance will stay on 57th. What we're going to shift to Main Street is our drop off and pickup.
Oh.
Right now, students that their parents drop off or others drop off, they come in off 57th and come through the parking lot and drop off in front of this building right here, Winmore, and then they exit and go out 57th. Once the parking lot is constructed, we're going to move our drop off and pickup onto Main Street. So that will reduce those numbers of cars coming in and out of 57th Street.
Could I hear from Consultant Robert regarding the landscaping and the sidewalk?
Don't believe Robert has been sworn in yet.
I have
Robert,
not.
Perfect. Can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today.
I do.
Can you state your name for the court reporter?
Robert Whitman. So regarding the landscape, it is, we've gone above and beyond as far as the amount of landscape around the parking lot, using mostly natives and really trying to address any screening of cars and headlights around the perimeter of the parking lot. And we do have goals of preservation on the campus, as I've been working with the campus and the school for well over a decade. And one of the things we always talk about are the trees and how important they are. And this was a design that worked the best for preserving trees as much as possible. And those trees along 57th Street this layout is best preserving those as much as possible. Are there any specific questions you had?
Yeah, what is the options regarding adding the sidewalk at that location?
Along 57th Street. So there are newer trees planted along the curb, plus we have a lot of existing trees. And so a clear path for a sidewalk is not really available to us. And there are concerns that will be impacting the root zones of those trees, which could very likely cause some of them to decline and die over the coming years.
Sorry, just trying to review, make sure everyone has time to review all the additional kind of documentation and things that we're looking at.
I don't know, Robert, did you want to touch base on the condition that was added to the plan about those trees and how that will work?
Well, we did. You're talking about the additional note for today's meeting. We added a note that states that all existing trees along 57th Street will be preserved. And that means that we'll keep all of the equipment away from those trees to help mitigate any decline in those trees. And we've kept grading as far from them as possible. And with the goal of everything along 57th Street would be preserved.
And those new trees was planted by STA?
We did have a number of trees that were planted in this last year surrounding the campus. They're on Main Street. Robert, and along 55th Street. Are there any on 57th Street?
There are younger trees along 57th Street, and I believe Heartland Tree Alliance was a volunteer partner to make that happen.
Chris, do you know how many trees were planted by chance?
I think it's 17.
17.
Thoughts, questions, concerns, comments, board members? I'm just one board member, but I'm definitely torn on this. I see the need to have the additional parking, and I think the location of it does seem logical with the uses of the rest of the site. I think there are a lot of considerations brought into play of how to make this the best experience possible in terms of the landscaping and rerouting all the entry points and doing all those things. So I think that's a real benefit to the neighborhood. I know there may be additional vehicles in the slot because, you know, adding more parking spaces. But if, in my opinion, I think it's doing a service to the neighborhood to get those vehicles off the street and it kind of make it a very compact school campus piece instead of having to deal with all the vehicles everywhere else. There will still be vehicles in the neighborhood. We know that's how it will work, but I appreciate the effort to try and reduce that. I also understand that we're never going to make everybody happy. And I appreciate the kind of process that's gone in here to try and get to where we think makes the most sense. And kind of going through some of these other conditions, I guess I want to confirm, I guess, with city staff, in our purview, our request is only related to the kind of extent of the SUP in terms of number of years that it would be valid, and then if it should expand. All of these other pieces, the crosswalk, the sidewalks, is that technically before us today, or is it really just the expansion and the SUP time limit?
Your question is, can you add those conditions to the case?
Add or remove them or whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay.
And for the time limit, it's condition number 3 that you'll need to amend.
Staff explain why they requested the crosswalk.
The crosswalk was a connection. There's a sidewalk on the main entrance, and it was to provide a safe crossing to another existing sidewalk in lieu of the placement of the sidewalk on 57.
I think you said. I think if we approve it, dropping the approval to 2 years would be good, because then back and talk about how the other mitigation worked at that point and whether the neighborhood is satisfied. So I think that makes some sense.
Yeah, I do find that as a good compromise. Even with opposition, there wasn't any real opposition to adding the parking lot. I think there just needs to be more time for relationship building with the neighborhood and STA, and allowing STA to prove concepts to the neighborhood that might work. I think even moving the drop-off location that you had previously mentioned may help ease some of the traffic concerns. And then we'll need to be able to measure to be able to see how many cars are removed off the street once the parking lot is put in place. So with that, I don't mind making a motion if we're at that point. I'd like to make a motion on docket number 14, case number 15, that we approve the SUP with the plan conditions. However, regarding condition number 3, we would like to reduce the years from 5 to 3. I mean, 5 to 2.
And you'll have to remove condition 7.
And remove condition number 7.
I have a motion.
So the crosswalk stays in. Is that what you're?
It was.
Is the crosswalk just gonna be the lines? I mean, that's all it's.
Yeah, it doesn't connect to another sidewalk, but it was staff recommendation though, so.
I'm just clarifying because there's a lot of opposition. to
Yeah.
the crosswalk.
Then we'll remove condition number 7 and which one was the sidewalk? 'Cause I'm reading it again.
The crosswalk is just a plan component, so you'd have to add that into your motion to remove the crosswalk on 57th Street per site plan.
Okay, and remove the crosswalk per the site plan.
Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. On a call roll.
Goritz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
and Mixdorf.
Aye.
Motion passes. Go Stars.
Thank you.
I believe it's time, a little behind for our lunch break. I think we would take that now. 30 minutes, be back at 1:35.
Okay.
And I believe we have two if docket number 12 then shows up.
Yeah, they'll show up at 1.
Okay.
I know where I'm going. To World War II.
Oh, nice.
That's not far.
Good location for that.
Best way to go would be what? Over Broadway.
Or parallel, we can get there. What were you saying? Get back there.
Yeah.
Forgot completely about it. Or I didn't forget completely about it.
Have everybody?
Is the room unmuted? Maybe Larissa, oh, just got confirmation. Okay.
All right.
We'll resume the Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting. We have docket item 12. This is case CD BZA 2024-99. This is a request to approve a variance to the infill lot and building standards, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.08 acres, generally located at 1842 Mercer Street. Stephanie Saldari is staff planner, and the applicant is online and in the room with us. Brandon declined the promotion. We need him, I guess. We'll refer to him later.
Okay. All right, can I have you raise your right hand and state your name?
Name's Jose Alfonso Romero.
Perfect. And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this meeting today?
Yes,
Perfect. Have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
I've not.
It's the standard exhibits. Stephanie will have prepared it for you.
There
1
should
through
be,
9.
yeah, 1 through 9 exhibits.
They're things like our zoning code, any applicant submittals, the presentation by Stephanie. Are you okay with us proceeding, seeing those
Yes.
today? Okay, those will be admitted, 1 through 9. And then we may have more public testimony, or if Brandon joins, we will address that at that time. If not, we'll turn it over to Stephanie for the presentation.
All right. Okay, we got docket item 12, CDBCA 2024-99, located on 1842 Mercer Street, zone R-6. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill lot and building standards and infill vehicular standards. So the subject site is located in the West Side neighborhood. Outlined in yellow is the subject site. Okay, so on the left side of the screen is what the property looks like right now. The right side is the proposed new house to be built on this lot. And this is just the site plan. I rotated it so it fits better on the screen. The green line is the property line. Just really quick, I know I've been over this, but just for anyone listening in, infill residential standards effective since last January. This applies to any neighborhoods annexed by the city before 1954. And this is just to ensure new developments are consistent with the context of the neighborhood. So the context area is any lots within 200 feet of the subject site on the same block face, meaning same side of the street. Attached garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of the homes in the context area have an attached garage visible from the street. So here is the context area, again, only on the western side of Mercer. So there are 6 homes in the context area. That is because only developed lots count towards, so vacant lots do not count toward the context area. And so the lots marked with an X do not have that front facing garage. And then there's 1 home that does have it. Cursor missing. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the first variance request is a variance of 35% to the infill residential vehicular standards to permit a front loading garage on the subject site. Again, the requirement is 51% at least. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since this contradicts the context area. A change in design could obviate the difficulty by
narrowing the building dimensions, which would allow room for a side street driveway that would provide access to the rear yard. Variance request B is a variance of 23 feet and 7 inches to the infill lot and building standards to permit a height of 35 feet and 7 inches on the subject site. The requirement is 12 feet. This does change the character of the neighborhood since it is substantially taller than what the context area allows. Difficulty could be obviated by changing the sign. Real quick, determining height in an infill lot. So a full story is considered 12 feet high. And this is taken from the 2 nearest buildings of the context area, and the 2 nearest buildings are 1 story high. And depending on the roof pitch, it does allow for an extra 6 feet. The roof pitch proposed on this plan does not allow for the extra 6 feet. It stays at 12. This is the height, the proposed height. Over here, it shows as 28 feet and 7 inches, but due to the grading, as you see here, we have to take the average of the 4 corners, and that's how we get the 35. And this is just the side view. The third and last variance is a variance of 8.25 feet to the features allowed to encroach on the front setback to permit a set of front stairs at the front of the house on the subject site. This would be a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The neighboring properties do have steps that encroach into the front setback. However, steps are permitted to encroach, but stairs are not. And the difference would be stairs are just taller and larger versus like having 3 steps on the front of the property. The house could be pushed back so as to leave enough room in the front for the stairs. And I just zoomed in. So here is the setback and here are the stairs. And that concludes my presentation.
Board members, any questions for Stephanie? I know you brought up, can you bring up that context area map again? I think the circles you had were for garages in particular, but do we have the heights of each of those adjacent? I know you talked about the height on a separate slide, but are they all the same kind of 1 story?
Yeah, they're just 1 story houses.
Stephanie at this time? We'll go to the applicant.
There's some newer construction 2-story down the road, correct?
Yeah, so across the street, as you can see, those are new builds that I'm not sure if it's the same developer, but they do look very similar to the proposed house. However, they do not count as part of the context area.
And if those lots were empty, is that how they were built, or they were just built before the infill ordinance went into effect?
I think they might have been built before the new ordinance went into effect, but they were all vacant, so they created their own context area.
Okay. Why should we approve your request today?
Well, so that house and lot has been in my family for before I was born, right? My uncle lived in it lastly, and the house went up in flames in 2018. Ever since, no one's been living there. It's an empty husk. It's a shell right now. Can't live there. My uncle died in 2021 or 22. And my mother's name and his name were on the same deed. So it went to her. She doesn't have any capability of doing what I'm trying to do. Neither does that side of the family. That house and lot would have sat there for the next 50 years probably. It's an eyesore, a burden to the neighborhood, making Kansas City look ugly, making the neighborhood looking ugly. You have all these brand new builds that are down the street, 3 stories tall, garage across the street from that house, from that lot. They have a garage in the back area, but all these beautiful homes, and then you have this lot with this empty shell sitting there as an eyesore. Um, so that's why I think I should be able to build this house on there. I think it would benefit the neighborhood, make Kansas City look good. Um, and honestly, I'm also doing it for my family as well, trying to leave a legacy for my family. So that it's not a burnt up home for the next 50 years.
So do we have confirmation of who owns the home now?
I do.
Okay.
As soon as my uncle passed away, my mom took me, I went with her to Independence and had the deed written over to me.
Have you considered any other designs or layouts, any other ways to kind of meet some of these city standards in terms of not having a front facing garage, or if there's side access to a rear garage, or what that might look like?
There's no side access to make to a rear garage. I don't think space will allow for a vehicle to make it back there. I did talk with the architects and we came up with some plans, but it's not really feasible, right? They also we're living in a very modern world right now where everyone wants their vehicle covered. I think that's just the route I'm looking to take, hoping to take.
So on the A100 sheet on that site plan, there is a driveway to the left of the house. Is that the neighbor's driveway?
That is the neighbor's driveway.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, can I add a bit of context? I'm the engineer.
Yep. Can
and,
I have you raise your right hand?
Absolutely.
Yep. And state your name.
Brandon Schwabauer with Norton and Schmidt.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, but nothing but the truth during this hearing today?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, proceed.
Yeah. What's not shown on this plan is that at the very back of the property, there's a huge cliff. This cliff drops off like at least 30 feet down, and it actually takes up the back probably 15 or 20 feet of the lot. So it looks like the house can be pushed backwards, but it cannot be pushed backwards because of that significant cliff. And that cliff, it doesn't seems like it wouldn't be relevant because it's in the back, but it actually necessitates almost every part of the design, because that cliff means that we can't get too close to it because we don't want to have the house be unstable. And so we need to push it as far forward as possible. That also means that with the width of the lot being only 37.5 feet, it's very difficult to get a garage back in the backside, to get a driveway around there. The other lots that have side garages in this context area have double lots, or they have much wider lots. They're able to do that. In this case, the lot is only 37.5 feet. And so there's not enough space to be able to park in the back. Then because you're pushed so far forward and we have to make it wide to get the square footage, that pushes the height up to get the looks, or to get enough square footage to do the design. Otherwise, you're going to be left with like a very small, like 1-story house. The other thing I wanted to mention is that I think the setback I think could be 18 feet, or not the setback, the height requirement could be made to be 18 feet. I think we fit within that roof slope requirement, where you would get that extra 6 feet. So we're requesting a a little bit of a deviation. It might not be as much as it seems because the 18 feet, and then if we can raise the grade probably on that one side so that it doesn't look to be so tall on the right hand side.
And Stephanie, can you pull up parcel viewer so they can see the topography?
Yeah, I think it shows up in parcel viewer if you turn the right filter on.
Do I need to admit parcel viewer view as exhibit
10.
10? That'll be admitted.
Here, let me share the screen. You just want me to turn on the topography?
The contours, yeah, layers. And the aerial map.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes from like 920 to like 890 at least.
The lines that are really close together show the steep slope.
Yeah, in the elevation, so the difference between those is like 30 feet there, and it cuts into the back of that property, into all those properties a good like 15 feet, and it because it drops off so much, you also can't just build right up to the back, right? You can't just build on the side of a cliff and have it be structurally sound.
I'm only one board member, but I don't have an issue with variance C, understanding the front setback and a set of stairs. That doesn't bother me. It is only a single car garage. You're not proposing a dual garage. So I feel like that is also a step in the right direction towards the vehicular standards. But I feel like the basis of this ordinance, in my opinion, one of the reasons this came into play is because of height and the things that were happening in other parts of the city and building 35-foot tall buildings next to one-story buildings. And I just don't think that that is the right move for this neighborhood with so many of them being one-story tall. I would be open to other designs or things that could reduce the height, or if that becomes a rear access. The height is the biggest concern for me just because it is not contextual at all to the rest of the area. I know there may be new builds across the way. I think the goal of our ordinance is to maintain the buildings we have, even if this one, if your intent is to tear it down, to still be contextually relevant to the adjacent.
Well, that lot that the house is sitting on, it's a little above ground. Right. So I was thinking if possible, we can just shave down the ground a little bit so we can drop the height of the home. I know you're saying we're trying to keep it within ordinance, but and you just brought up the other builds, but those builds are like 3 stories tall. I mean, there's a lot of them, and they're tall.
But right now they're not on your side of the street. So your side still has homes that were built whatever year they were built, maintaining that kind of 1 foot or 1 story, 1.5 story height.
Well, they are on my side of the street. I think you're thinking of the ones across the street, but we have some that are on, yes.
On the north side.
Correct.
Yeah.
And well, I guess you
They're outside of the context area, but they're down the street half a block.
Yeah. And those were empty lots and built before the infill ordinance.
I think they were completed actually. I could be entirely wrong. I think they were completed in mid 2023. I think the new ordinance came in January of 2023, but I think some are still being finished right now, even in 2024.
Yeah. Another note about the design, we try to minimize the height on the side that has the house. So the house to the left when you're looking at it is 1 story, and so that side, the roof actually slopes front to back, and it starts off low, 1 story tall, and then it slopes to the back and it gets a bit taller. But that will help reduce the visual looks. The other side, there's not a house next to it. It's just a vacant lot. But it is, it's a little bit taller. The actual wall, if we built the grade up, you've got a 9-foot wall plus another 9-foot wall. We could probably drop that down a foot. And so that would make you at 19 feet, 20 feet. So it's possible that we could drop it down a little bit to get it at the 18 feet, if that's what it would take to get it past. And we just have a little bit of a steeper roof on the that one side. Then there's a second story on the left side of the house, and so on the back, and so that would be a little bit more challenging to reduce that height. But we tried to minimize the visual appeal by having it low at the front, one story, and going kind of a gentle slope towards the back and hiding the looks of it.
And I do appreciate that. I do think that helps from the street and the aesthetic of how large the home looks. But I just have a concern on the overall height in relation to the other houses in the neighborhood.
And just to be clear, is on the left side, I don't know that the requirement is extremely clear. The rule is a little bit vague, I think, and hard to calculate. This might be a side topic. I think it's relevant though, but it's the front facing wall that's the issue, right? Not the side walls height.
No, it's the overall height of the building.
Overall height, which gets you that 37 some feet.
Well, the overall height is one thing, but I thought there was a requirement for that wall to be lower than a certain height, that 12 feet or the 18 feet, depending on the roof slope. But is it the front wall height that's the issue, or the side wall height?
It's just the 35 feet I have, it's just like the average from the four corners, since there's like different heights.
Well, the 35-foot max height is one requirement, and I thought there was a separate requirement for the height of the walls, and that's the one that was at issue.
No, just overall height.
I think not the correct interpretation of the infill ordinance, but the intent is looking at it from a pedestrian perspective. As you're along the street, that is the amount of space that you're going to experience in the 30. Not really looking at the back or whatever grade changes might be back.
Yeah, if it can't be seen from the front.
Yeah.
When I thought that when we discussed this originally, that that height requirement was for the wall heights, not the overall roof height.
Yeah.
The way height is measured for a building depends on whether or not it's a flat roof or a pitched roof. How we measure or how we determine what the height should be in the context area is determined by the number of stories on adjacent buildings. And then when we go to make that measurement, that's where we're measuring from the ground to the mid-level plate, wherever that may be, or the flat roof, if it's a flat roof, to clarify the code.
Yeah, well, because I remember, and I think we talked with and maybe it wasn't Stephanie, but it might have been another planner, but I thought we had talked about the height was the wall height and not the roof height.
There must have just been some miscommunication.
Okay. Yeah, it could be. So because if it's the roof height, then it's difficult to hit a 12-foot height total.
Right. And I think that, I mean, that's one of the reasons you come before the board is I think we understand you've got a cliff in the backyard, which causes some complications there. So that is an undue difficulty. But I think there are other designs that could maybe get you closer to that height to be in context with everything else. You may still exceed it. You may still need a variance for height, but a 24-foot height variance is a lot. My opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I just didn't think that the height variance was 24 feet based on our previous discussions with the planner, that it was measured at the wall height.
You feel that this is something that you would consider redesigning to meet height requirements or be closer to any of these variance numbers, or are you pretty set in your current design?
I mean, it's possible to tweak some of the things, like like I said, the right-hand wall side. I think you could bring it down a foot or two if that would get you to that like 18 feet number. We can come down a couple feet from that.
I don't think a couple of feet, for me, a couple feet's not going to cut it, considering that's one-story houses adjacent. But I would like to hear from other board members.
That's on the one, just to clarify, so that is on the side that there's not a one-story house. There's a vacant lot there, and like a big set of vacant lots, and there's a house like a lot or two down from there. But the left-hand side is the one where there's a house immediately adjacent to it.
But moving forward, city staff, so this would start developing the context area. So with those vacant lots, when they're developed, they would take into account the height of this home. So if we allow a 37-foot home here, that would increase the context area for those future lots to be infilled in the neighborhood.
That probably doesn't even matter, but that lot that's right next to it, if you're facing the house and it's on the right side, that's my family's lot. And that's probably not going to change for the next 2,000 years, unless, which I'm going to attempt. I'm going to try to buy that lot from them eventually. But yeah, that is my family's lot. And I guarantee there's not going to be any new structural build there in the next so on.
So the variance here, I'm seeing that the requirement is 12 feet.
Yeah.
And they're asking for 36 feet, which is, 35 feet, 7 inches. That's a 200% variance. My mental math right there.
Can I read something from the ordinance? It says
Well,
the height of the proposed.
I think at this point in time, sir, I think if board members have additional questions, we kind of understand the scenario you're in. If you are interested in looking at alternate designs, that's something we can consider, or we could vote on what you've presented today.
Yeah, I was that's fine. I understand if you're not going to approve that. I just wanted to say, like, I found the ordinance of where it says that it's from the grade level up to the bottom of the roof eave for the main wall is what it says. So it's my point is just a little bit of a bigger point in that I would like to see parts of this reworked so that it's a little clearer, so that we can get the designs honed in a little bit. And so I'll send through some proposed language to revise them.
We don't have the authority to revise any of the zoning code.
Right, you don't. I'm just saying in general.
Okay.
But I would just contend that it's incorrect that the height is off by that much. I think it's off by much less than that.
Noted.
So what would the 12 feet allowable height allow? Just the garage? Just up of the garage, or what's 12 feet?
So we consider 12 feet to be 1 story. So
above the garage, another 1 story?
Well, the garage would be part of it.
1 story total.
I just think because of the narrowness of the lot, it'd be hard to build anything in those restrictions.
Well, if you're trying to build a 3-bedroom, a larger home, yes. If you're trying to match more contextually to the rest of the neighborhood, that's maybe a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, that might be feasible on the lot.
Well, and the garage going below the grading, I think really bumps up that height quite a bit.
Right.
So the garage plus the 2 stories almost makes it a 3-story building, which is how you get the 36 feet. 200% seems really high.
Would changing the pitch of the roof affect anything? If it was a flatter roof, would that be? Okay.
There are other designs in this, but they're out of context. I understand the new ordinance, but at the same time, we do have a vacancy issue within these neighborhoods. How you kind of get more investment there when you find opportunities to build new things that will attract new, new neighbors into those communities in those areas. And so I think what I think as one board member is that you probably just need to do a redesign. So you're not asking for so much of a variance. But still be able to kind of do what you need to do to conceptually.
That's something you would entertain?
Well, it seems like everyone's very much opposed to the design, so I probably would have to.
There an amount of time that would make sense for you and your team to reconsider options? Is that like 3 months, or is that, I don't know what that looks like.
Well, granted, I'm in the military and I'm getting ready to ship out anytime soon, and if I don't do it soon, I'm shipping out 1000% next October. So I don't know what that's looking like, but I mean, I'm up for anything. I just want to get this built. I want it to be, something that I like, my family likes, something that complements the neighborhood, which I thought this would. But if I'm going to lose, then I have no choice.
Can I get some clarification on the height restrictions that we would need to redesign to? Because I think it's the staff report says around 35 feet, and we're allowed 12 feet, and that's measured from the base of the garage. So do we need to build this as just no garage below there, or does that include the like a first floor above the garage level?
It does include the garage, the height.
And I think that would be up to the design team to, maybe there's two options. One, if there is a garage below, what that height would look like, or one, if it is a side access garage and what that height would look like, just to see. I think the variances are just very large. So if there's ways we can get closer, 12 feet is also very short. We understand that that is a very difficult number to meet. So if there's a way we could get closer to that, though, I think I would feel more comfortable.
What's the height that you guys would be okay with?
I think that's up for the design team to kind of see what works for what you're trying to do in the amount of space and width and all of those things. I don't know that I could give a specific number for me personally.
I think it's a bit confusing because all of the houses on that street are kind of constructed like this, where there's like a basement level below the main level.
That's fine, sir, but this is the context area and this is how we are addressing it. So we are looking at this particular lot and your context area. So with that in mind, if you would like a continuance, we can choose to do so. I would just need to know, is that a 1 month? Is that 2 months? Is that 3 months? I don't know the amount of time that you all would want to pursue alternate designs. I would look to you on what you think makes the most sense.
We can have it done in, a month or two.
So our next hearing is Wednesday, September 11th.
September 11th is quite full now.
Quite full after other continuances. So the next one would be Wednesday, October 9th. Do we think that?
And how much time do you need for reviewing the resubmittal?
City staff needs 5 days prior to the issuance of the staff report. We can work out those details on exactly when revised plans will be due to us after this meeting.
But it's not a whole month in advance.
No.
No.
Okay, and so just to be a little bit clear, we got to rework it, but mostly it's the height, but am I hearing, and then maybe there's no vote on it here, but the other ones, the front facing the garage and the other, I guess the front setback, those ones are a bit harder to workaround, I think. Is that, I mean, I guess we can resubmit it, and you'll consider it, but is that something that is a no-go for the front-facing garage, or is that something that's more than likely would get approved if we can work out the height restrictions?
Board members, any comments?
We're gonna have to see it. I mean, we can't,
Yeah, we can't
there's no
see it.
hypothetical. We're gonna have to see the design and the plans and look at it and go from there.
But I haven't heard any objections to those other two variances.
Right. Yeah, that I know you gotta see it to approve it. I was just, if there are other objections and that would require us completely trying to figure out how to get cars back there. We tried it and it didn't work, but I just wanted to see if there were any other objections before we spend time with the height thing. So,
And I guess if you have studies showing that you've attempted to design parking in the back and here are all the issues with that, I think that would be valid for us to review as well to know, okay, that is another hardship because of the cliff in the backyard and you can't do X, Y, and Z. I think that would be valuable information.
Especially considering the 35% in the context area having a front-facing garage. It's not as egregious as the 200% on the height, but
It's only a single car. A lot of times when we see this, people are requesting a two car. So this is already an improvement compared to other areas. So I think that is, in my personal opinion, less of a concern than the height overall, but it would be valuable to see the other information just to see designs that you've maybe explored and why that does not work or complications that you may have.
okay, we can do that.
Okay.
And if you are not here in October, you can't have an owner affidavit to have Brandon present for you.
Or do I have a motion?
on we're on, this is docket item 12, right?
Yes.
On docket item 12, case number 99, I move that we continue the case until our October 9th meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Want to please call the roll?
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye. Thank you. I appreciate you. Okay.
Okay. There you are. Okay. Docket item number 15. This is case CD BZA 2024-95. This is a request to approve a variance to the required distance between an accessory structure and primary structure in an R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 0.196 acres, generally located at 6210 Morningside Drive. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner attached to this case, and it does appear that the property owner is online. Do you also recognize a Brian?
Should be Elizabeth.
Yeah. he's
Elizabeth
online.
Sherman.
Okay.
The
Laura
property owner
Bowers.
is online, and there's another individual named Brian. I don't know if they're
Okay.
for public testimony.
Elizabeth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Brian is the husband and wife team. Laura, the designer, is probably on that line. So there she is.
Okay.
Hi,
There we go.
sorry, my name is incorrect on the screen. That's my partner's name. My name is Laura Bowers. I'm the architect on the project. Speaking
Perfect.
in cooperation with Ms. Sherman.
Okay, perfect. Can I have you both raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth during this hearing today.
Yes.
I do.
And can you each state your names for the court reporter?
Mary Elizabeth Sherman.
Laura Bowers.
Good, thank you. And have you reviewed the staff report associated with your case?
I have.
Do you have any objections to the exhibits listed?
I do
Those
not.
are numbers 1 through 9. So those will be admitted. Anna, do we have any other public testimony?
No one else has raised their hand or approached the microphone.
That we'll turn over to city staff for the presentation.
Okay. Well, last case. This is docket item number 15. CD BZA 2024-95. Location is 6210 Morningside Drive in R6 zoning district. I did not share my screen, did I?
Nope.
There we go. Let's try that again. This is docket item number 15, CD BZA 2024-95. Location is 6210 Morningside Drive. Zoning district is R6, and this is a request to approve a variance to the required distance between accessory and primary structures and an R6 zoning district plus one additional variance. So first we have the general location of the site, located south of the plaza. And here we have just the aerial imagery of the site along Morningside Drive and East 62nd Street. The first thing I want to point out is the timeline of the process of this case. There was a permit approved, or there was a permit applied for in March of 2024 with non-conforming plans. After that application, the KCMO outage took place during that time, so we didn't get to review that case in the right timely manner. City staff denied the first round of plans and provided comments for compliance. A second set of plans were uploaded, and you'll see this kind of continued for a little bit. Plans were uploaded. City staff denied a second round of reviews. Third round of plans were uploaded. City staff denied a third round of reviews. Provided comments for compliance. And these comments were such as things like, please provide setbacks on the site plan. Please provide square footage on the garage. Please provide the distance between garage and other accessory structures. Fourth round of plans were uploaded to Compass KC, and by the time this fourth round of plans were uploaded to Compass KC, the variance case was then applied for. So there was a permit in review cycle and then a variance that was applied for. City staff denied the fourth round, and then the fifth round came through and it was code compliant. So there is a permit that is approvable that has been approved by city staff. Just noting that right now, there is a plan that is already approved. This is the site plan, or this is the plot plan, I guess, for the variance case. And this is also what was uploaded with the first set of reviews for the permit. You can see that there's a proposed covered area, a proposed garage that is larger than the existing building that's currently there, and a proposed cover area. And the first thing that triggered kind of comments was the connection, was the distance between the proposed covered area and the proposed garage. It looked to be less than 10 feet, which is what is permitted by code. Here we have the variance case site plan. This is also what was submitted with the first round of reviews on the permit. There are 4 variances associated with it. 3 of them are for the distance between accessory structures and primary structure. 10 feet is what is permitted. We have variance A, which is 6 feet, 3 inches and 5/8. Variance B, which is 1 foot and 3/4 inches, or 4 feet, 1 inch and 3/4. And then the distance between the pool and the overhang off the house being 8 feet, 10 inches and a half. Those are the first 3 variances, all having to do with the same section of code. And then variance D is for the garage square footage overhang. It was.
I know you're still giving your presentation. I have one
ahead.
point of clarification. So we have approvable plans. They are in the system. The applicant is still interested in pursuing their original plans, which is why we're still hearing this today.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then variance D is the garage square footage. The overhang off of the garage does count for the building footprint. So with that in mind, this is the code compliant plan that has already been approved with 10 feet separation between the overhang off the patio and the garage. There's no overhang on the garage, which brings it to compliance. And then there's proper distance between the pool and any other structure on the site. This one was approvable, and this was after 5 or so rounds of review. So the first variance was variance A, which is 3.698 feet or 3 feet, 8 inches, 8 3/8 inches to the separation requirement between accessory structures and primary structures to permit a 6 foot,
3 feet or 6 foot, 3 inch and 5/8 separation between the garage and the primary residence of the subject site. And that would be the overhang off of the garage and the overhang of the primary residence. This is a 36.98 decrease from the separation standards. And this would be the only home in the context area that has structures that encroach on the permitted separation requirements. The only thing that could be done to obviate this variance is they can just go with the plan that is currently proposed and approved. Variance B is very much the same, just a different difference. And between the detached garage and the pool, it's 5 feet, 10 inches and 3/4. And it's the same kind of circumstance. They can accept the plan that's already been approved. And variance C, same sort of thing. It's just in a different position. It's between the pool and the primary residence on the subject site. And this is closer than 10 feet. It is 1 feet, 1 inch and a half from the requirement of 10 feet, permitting an 8 foot, 10.5 inch separation between the pool and the primary residence. Again, this is the only home in the context area that has accessory structures that encroach on the permitted separation requirements. This can be obviated by accepting the plans that are previously approved. And then variance D, this is for the garage square footage. It is a variance of 51.92 square feet to the building footprint for a detached garage to permit a 1,049 square foot detached garage on the subject site. The area of the lot in total is 8,519.29 square feet, meaning that the largest building allowed per code would be 851.92 square feet. This is due to city code that's 88-30502D, which is that the building footprint of a detached accessory garage may be up to 800 square feet or 1 square foot of building footprint area for each 10 square feet of lot area, whichever is greater. So seeing that the lot is 8,519 square feet, they are permitted, and they could get a garage that is 851.92 square feet. This would be a 23.13 increase from the building footprint standards, since they are requesting a garage that is 1,049 square feet. This is the same kind of circumstance. This would be the only home in the context area with a detached garage that does not conform with the permitted detached garage size, and it cannot be obviated by accepting the plan that is already approved in the permit. This is kind of their site plan, or this is the renderings that were given to staff. They're in my staff report. This is what would be permitted. This is the view of the property, pending approval of this variance. And then in case there were any questions about height of the garage, it is compliant. So, and that concludes my staff report. I'm happy to accept any questions.
Questions? Not, we'll go to the applicant. And I guess a question for you, since we already have an approvable set of plans, why should we approve an alternate?
I can speak on that. So the reason that we submitted an approvable set of plans is because we wanted to get construction started on the garage. The covering that's attached to the garage can be added on later. We know we're going to build the garage regardless. So there's an approvable set of plans, but it really doesn't achieve the goals that the homeowners are looking to achieve. Basically, they're trying to make their backyard usable. Currently, as it's cited, there's an extreme amount of sun that beats down on those areas that we're intending to cover. And so we're just trying to provide some shade. I know it sounds like we're trying to build a giant, huge garage that's 1,000 square feet, but really the garage itself, the enclosed portion of the garage is only 34 square feet, I believe. And the rest of the areas were really just trying to provide open air shaded space for the homeowners. Because of the way this lot is configured, it has an extra large front building line. It's 47.5 feet. There's a lot of open green space in the front of the house. And so in the rear of the house, we're really trying to maximize the area that we have with these shaded areas.
Thank you. Board members have questions for the applicant? I guess I'm just one more board member, but I'm struggling here. When we think about variances, it's proving why you can't meet the code, and we already have a plan that can meet the code. So I'm not sure why the variances would then be needed if you can, it might not be getting exactly what you want, but getting you generally what you're looking for and is already approvable and in the system.
I think what is approved is a far cry from what we really want. In order to get construction started, we just kind of lopped off the covered patio area. But it's, and the garage portion of the project is approvable in its way. But I think if we were to look at these as two separate projects, we're just trying to ensure that we can do the shaded covered area. I'm
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
You know, if we are not approved for this variance, I'm not sure what we're going to do in that area to provide shade. We'll have to come up with some other solution. Another little bit of context is that in this neighborhood, they've lost a lot of the old growth trees in the last 2 years on the adjacent lots, the lots to the west of the existing house. So, you know, we can't grow 100-year-old trees overnight, sadly. If we could, we definitely would. But in lieu of the shade that those trees provided, we're suggesting this covered patio area so that the homeowners can maximize the use of their backyard.
And just to provide more context there, we lost 3 large neighborhood trees that provided good shade and 4 kind of medium-sized trees. So we get direct sun from noon until this time of year, 8 p.m. So it's really very hot back there, and it would be. I think we can accept if we need to hold to the 10 feet requirement. We can go with the approved shorter structure that's attached to the house. We're looking for support and appreciate your consideration for extending this shade structure on the side of the garage that would just help us with that coverage from the sun and the heat.
Alec, can you bring up the approved plans versus the ones that were submitted here?
Yes.
Also, on the square footage, sorry, on the square footage, I'm seeing that the proposed is 1,049 square feet and the permitted is 851. So that's a variance of, by my rough math, just shy of 200 square feet. Is that? But this says 51.
Yes, but what's permitted with code and what they're, well, yeah, that's correct math.
Okay.
Okay, so right now the currently approved set is just the patio. It's just not a covered patio.
Correct.
That's the main difference. Okay.
And Alec, the reason why it can be 851 square feet is because the requirement for a garage is either 800 square feet or 10 square feet per square footage of their lot. And so that is the correct number.
Board questions, comments?
I don't know if you can tell from the visuals, but it's not the structure isn't visible from the street from any direction. It's also not in any of our neighbors like direct visuals. We have a backyard that kind of faces down the middle of the two adjoining streets, so we're just kind of looking down the power line route of in the backyard. Everyone else's kind of fence lines, so it's not a hardship for any of our neighbors. We have good relationships with everyone, and we've been keeping everyone informed about our intent for using the space and wanting to do all the construction in a way that's as minimally disruptive for the neighbors as well.
Thank you for that.
I would just like to say one more thing. It's possible that there can be more work done on the design, but I worry about the precedent of just permitting these variances entirely while there's permitted plans.
Yeah, I understand that. I didn't
I'm here more preference.
realize that.
Oh, can you speak into your microphone a little bit more?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
If I had known that submitting altered plans would reduce our chances of getting the variance, I honestly probably wouldn't have taken that step. We've just, as Alec noted in the timeline, we've been working on this permit since March. A lot of that just has to do with the growing pains of some of the newly adopted city codes, which we're all getting used to. We worked through most of that. Some of these zoning items weren't even flagged until like the 4th and 5th round of review. So we've just been trying to do anything we can to keep forward progress on this project, but really, you know, it's just not at all accomplishing the goals of the homeowner if we're not approved for the variance.
Yeah,
They-
thank you for that.
So part of the reason we
Ms.
went
Bauer,
ahead-
I was
Bauer,
essentially
I
saying
think you're
that
done. Thank you.
usually with variances, we have to be able to identify an actual hardship to the owner. And right now I'm not seeing a hardship. I'm just really seeing preference. So as a board member, I would like to make a motion on docket number 15, case number 95, that we deny the variance requests and encourage them just to use the approved plans that are in place.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Anna, can you call the roll?
Moran,
I'm gonna vote no on that.
Mixdorf. Oh, excuse me, Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
And Mixdorf.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Can I appeal the motion?
The circuit court.
Yeah, you are allowed the appeal process. That is part of our BZA ruling, but that does not come to us right now.
That concludes our docket for today.
Thank you, everyone.